All right, I think we should start. All right. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Haha, there we go. Everything's working. All right. I haven't streamed in a while when it comes to programming. Since I have a bit of time today, I figured I should program a bit, and then we can hop over and play a game here or there. Either way, either way. Yeah, I've been quite busy with lots of stuff. But anyway, let's start programming. So what I'm working on right now is an animator's tool. Pretty much the focus is to make it so that I can build animations. Think of it as, if you notice my avatar, he can move around, he can talk, a whole lot of different things. Well, these are actually all individual movies. I think I brought this up before. And yeah, generating these is a pain in the butt. Oh, I hear yoing yoing yoing. It's how it's set up. And I figured, hey, why not continue working on it? It's a tool to make it much easier to generate these videos. Because the original process that I had set up is very annoying. So anyway, let's have some fun. I know there's probably other ways to do it, but hey, building it myself, one, I can get it to work exactly how I would like it, and two, it helps me learn a lot about Python. You can never know enough. Anyway, let's get into this. So let's see here. I can actually show off some of the tool stuff. No, I do not want to. I do not want to be up. I wish that I could turn that off. It always tells me, hey, you should update. I'm like, no, I don't want to. I am fine not updating. Oh, there it is. So if you go in here, you can see I have a bunch of different frames. Here, these are the individual components. If you load them up, you can see these are on these PNG files that just the different pieces of the character. In this particular setup, everything is set up as a frame, so each frame is its own individual piece. As you can see here, because the tail is the only thing that's changing, that pretty much means in this 8-frame sequence, there's But yeah, very much in this 8-frame sequence, as you can see, it's the only thing that's changing is the tail. I set it up like this, largely because I felt that this would be a great way to think about how each of the cells are. However, there is a completely different way of setting it up, and my programming, because of that, I'm kind of programming both ways. So we probably should do a quick setup of the other way. So this is so let's see here. This is sequence sample. I'm going to go ahead and copy this. There it is. Let's go ahead and move these over here. Hey, capybara. So this technically is a frame sample. So let's change that to what that is actually. The idea is that each individual, once you get deep enough into here, these are individual frames. The other one that we're going to set up, it's going to be the sequence sample. In this case, it's kind of switched. If you notice, I have set it up, again, if you look here. If you look, you can see I have AA, BB, XX, YY, ZZ. I was trying to set it up so that once I import all of the frames, they're all in the proper sequence that they need to be. For instance, the tail's at the bottom, then you have the body, then the eyes are on top, basic layering when it comes to an animation thing. But yeah, we're gonna have to mess with that, because I don't think any besides me, I don't think anyone else would do something like that. Either way, let's go ahead and change this. This is going to be our sequence sample. Let's turn the music down a little bit so it's not too loud. And let's set these up in sequences. So for fidget, let's go ahead and call... Alright, first things first, tail. Alright then. We'll go ahead and move you here. And I think... And then I think all these other ones... O1. This will be O2. I'm glad that the sequence isn't too long. I should probably use the... Probably should use the fast... Okay then, this was 2, so this will be O4. Alright then, tail. And this happens to be 6. And then this happens to be 7. Oh, let's get in here, grab you. Last but not least, let's rename you to 8. There we go. And then from here, we'll now just need to start separating these out. So this will happen to be... Let's see, what is new folder? Control Shift N. Oh, okay. I might have to... Anyway, okay. Okay, so next will be the VR eyes. Now what we need is just the normal eyes. Oh, whoops. There it is, eyes. There we go. And then last but not least, let's rename this to headsets. So VR headsets. There we go. All right. So with this done, we now have an example of this is the sequence sample example. And then the other one is going to be the frame example. Technically, I'm going to have to do this for all of these. However, because we're just want a basic, let's see here. Oh yeah, let's definitely not cheap out on our example here. Let's crouch, lower crouch, rise, and then set, with set being the final animation. However, this set is technically going to be a lead-in to the... Yeah, this right here, the set, is not... It's going to be any of the other frames. Yeah, this is the extension, the overextension. For instance, whenever my character, if you see here, let me try and animate him a bit. You can kind of see it when he bounces back up. There's that little tiny bit where he just is a little bit higher than where he's going to be. It gives it a little bit of a bounciness to the animation. So, yeah, so we definitely need that. For set though, not so much. So we can go ahead and delete that. But for these, let's see here. Call this tail. All right, there's the next tail. And here's the last one. Next on the list would be the body. In this case, we're going to have the body changing as well. And I don't, because of the fact that this is just for a basic example, I don't think I need to, well, I'm trying to how, all right, I guess what we'll do is we'll go ahead and, it should potentially not be too long. This is only just 3 frames. So let's go ahead and do a VR here. VR eyes. Was that the one that I just collected? Yeah, that was the one I just collected. All right then. There we go. Now then, let's go ahead and change this to a 1. Let's go in here and grab the VR eyes there. 02. And then this one will be 03. So what we need to do now is let's go ahead and rename this one. Intro, rise. Yeah, look at those happy eyes. Okay. So this is going to be 03. Now for this, grab that one, we'll put that here. 01. This will be eyes. This should be empty, so let's go ahead and delete that. And then if I remember, this should be the VR headset. So let's go ahead and call this VR headsets. There we go. So there's that. Fidget. Yeah, we need to make sure that these are all the same. There we go. Here's the talking animation with the 3 frames. All right, so we can worry about that in a sec. I'm busy looking. Okay, all right. So eyes, VR, eyes, VR, headset. So there's the eyes. Let's see here. There's the VR headset. All right, so let's see here. Eyes, pose, casual. So normal eyes. Let's grab that one next. And then last but not least, we can then grab the body. So we'll call that the body. And then this is simply the tail. Let's make sure. I think what we're going to do is we're going to have to program it so that it will be case insensitive. We can worry about that when the time comes, but for now let's try and keep everything the same, and then we can worry about the other set later. But there we go. Idle is set, fidget is set, intro is set, the last is the talking. So let's go ahead and start splitting this up. So in this case, just call it eyes. Now, one of the things that I was originally hoping of doing was setting it up so that I would not have to pretty much, it all really stems to how the animation is set. So if we go into the talking in here, let's go to peak. If you go to the VR eyes, you can see the mouth is fully open. This is the maximum of the speaking. Because if you look, my avatar, his talking is pretty much 3 frames. I probably should expand it more, make it a bit more detailed. Maybe increase the frame rate, because right now I think it's running at... I think it's running at 20... Well, no, it's definitely not 24. Maybe 12? I think it's 12. It's not very smooth. It's very janky. I know that I've been looking, and apparently you can attach non-normal 3D models to like a VR system, or what are they called again? VTubers. I could VTube an abnormal looking model. But I kind of like my little avatar right here. I've been having fun drawing to update it. Actually, this is why I'm updating this, is because I'm trying to update him. But anyway, because this is peak, this is max. This means that technically this is going to be in 2 different locations. Right now we'll worry about it like this, and then we can add a sequence setup later. I was thinking about like memory costs and such. Because if I'm going to have this loaded into memory, well, okay, that was back when I was going to try and actually make a full animation thing. I could still try and do that as we go along, but for now I figured I should just set it up to recreate my videos, and then I can generate these things and put it in the system that already exists. For the other one, I have to probably dive a bit deeper into a different programming language, because Python's not very fast. I know that that's kind of a dumb moment, but Python, it's not fast at all. I wish it was faster. I need to program in C to do that. And I figured that would be a great Zig project. I need to figure out Zig, though. Most of my programming in C was for an Arduino and for a Raspberry Pi, so I know that they are pretty close, but a bit different from building a full-on application. Mine was mostly just input-output stuff. Either way. Let's see here. What we want... Let's see here. What we want is for this. Oh, wrong button. This is going to be 1. And then this is going to be 3. Now we want to get the mid VRIs. Now this is going to be 2. And 4. And then finally, idle. This is going to be 5. There we go. And now because of the fact that... There we go. And because of the fact that that's the only thing really changing, nothing else is changing. So from here, what we can do is we can start just dumping these around. So this is going to be VRIs. So... Now let's go ahead and grab the VR headsets. Now let's also grab the tail. Oh, ad break coming. Yep, there, an ad is in progress. All right. Hey, we can actually see it showing up there. Fun. Man, that's a bit small. I have a new setup for... I'm having fun trying to change things up when it comes to the streaming setup. So I actually ended up changing it here. Let me go over to the chat real quick. Maybe I should try and make this a little bit bigger so that... Let's see here. Let me go ahead and change this one too. There we go. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's do this. There you go. Ads are in progress. Ads are in progress. It's a shame. I would like to eventually figure out how to set it up so that it will show up kind of like this little highlighted thing saying the ad is currently working. I think the ad is, yeah, the ad is effectively done now. So let's go ahead and continue with our setup here over here. So there's the tail, and last but not least, this is the body. So let's go ahead and rename this. Okay, so we have that, that, and that. Okay, they're all set. And then it doesn't matter. I just need to have a double of this. It doesn't really matter that the information is the same. So let's go ahead and just change this there. Sad. Perfect. Everything's set up now. All right, everything is set and ready. So now that we have the setups, we have a frame example, we have a sequence sample. Frame sample is where once we go in deep, each individual one is a frame. But as you can see here, once you get deep enough, each folder is an actual frame. And if it's an empty, for instance, this is the only one here, that's a tail, what that means, oh, come on, go back, is that we draw from the frame the frame in front of us. That's kind of the idea. For instance, in Fidget, you can see here's all of the pieces. Then we go to the next frame. Because tail is only here, we'll grab from the previous one. And then from there, we can then kind of build out a sequence of animations with a frame. That way, if I decided on frame 5 I'd want to change something, you know, maybe the avatar will, I don't know, do jazz hands. I don't know. I can't think of what he'll do, but you know, if he does something else later down there, then he can switch into it. And as for the sequence example, right here, what it happens is each of these are a different layer with the animation sequence in it. And I just noticed I probably need to change I need to rename those. So let's go ahead and rename these. They both have their pros and cons. So really depending on how one would want to, how they would want this set up, it really, it's up to you. Let's see it. Eyes, tail. All right, let's go ahead and rename this. All right, we'll go ahead and, there we go. And then this one here. All right. Intro. We've already we had to rename all of these, so that's fine. And then the talking animation. Oh, actually, this should be, if I recall, this should be VR eyes. Yeah. We need to... Oh, boy. Okay. Yeah, I think I need to make sure that this is correct first. So that's fine. So 3 happens to be the mouth. So yeah. Okay. So for eyes, let's go ahead and grab all these. We'll put them here. We're going to delete 3. All right, and let's go ahead and rename that to 3. There we go. Okay, fixed. Hey, what is literary tech? How's it going? Ubuntu is Windows in the Linux world. I know. I really want to get off of Ubuntu. I've been having fun looking around. I found a bunch of other different types of Linux that I would want to try out. I was originally thinking of moving over to Omarchi, but then I saw that in the 4th version of it, he said the creator said that he had the majority of it written by AI, and that kind of made me think maybe I'm going to wait on Omarchi. So I'm currently looking at another one. Though for some reason one of the reasons why I haven't switched over yet is because the computer the computer that I installed Ubuntu on locked out the ability to install a new operating system, so I need to deal with that first. So for now, I'm stuck with this. And boy, does it feel bloated sometimes. Anyway, let's go ahead and remove this. All right, let's go ahead and copy that. Let's rename this. There we go. We have 2 examples. Perfect. Let's go ahead and get back to our programming. All right, here we are. So yeah, what I'm doing right now is I'm working on a sequencer. The idea... Oh, I should probably make this a little bit larger. But yeah, the idea is that though the setup, the pictures that we just set up, it's going to find all of them and then sort them out for us. So let's see here. Let's go ahead and get that underway. Let's see here. So, all right. So there's our directory path right here. That will lead us to our sequence sample. Let's go ahead and run that. Oh, thank you. I've been having fun with I've been having quite a fun writing it. Let's see here. Let's get our... Oh, yeah. Okay, let me actually type properly. There it is, sequencer. Dot. Let's get our... let's see, get files by directory. Then we'll go with our directory path. And this should go output to be directories. So let's just set it to something that's empty right now, Q. There we go. So there's all of our file, or there's all of that. Now what we want to do is next, we're going to be inputting it into organize folder right here. So, all right, let's go ahead and set directories equal to Q. There we go. Now then. Let's go ahead and just... There we go. So now if we run this here, we should first get the set of tags. And the tags should just be very basic. It should be happy... Oh, all right. All right. So yeah, that's... All right then. So I forgot about that part. Happy, idle, and then because... All right. Oh yeah, I know why. So technically you would want to set this to 2, but that seems a bit... All right, we'll go ahead and set it to 2 for now. All right, then. So these will be the tags. That's happy and idle. So that will be our animation, the first layer. So there's happy, and then here's the idle. And then once we get inside, we'll be then tracking these differently. So let's go ahead and set that up. So this will be a dictionary. Let's see here. I think we'll... Let's see here. Oh, thinking. If we're going to go through here... Because the structure, the way that I'm thinking for the structure is just going to be a dictionary. So the idea is that it'll be happy, and then we'll have another dictionary. This will be then idle. And then from here, it will then contain... Oh, I don't know if I'm actually trying to think here, because I don't know if this is the most optimal way of putting this. But the idea is that I'll have a bunch of dictionaries where will contain the information. And then here will be the final dictionary right here. And then this will contain the this will then contain the additional the structure of the data. For instance, this is going to be sequencer, which means it would be the let's see here. Where did I actually draw this out? Either way, it doesn't matter. The main point is that this right here is going to be so that when we want to find a particular data, we can just call it in. So this is this is how we're going to first organize it. And then the way that the folders will be organized will be different. And that will be based off of if this is going to be a frame sequencer or if this is going to be a layer sequencer. So right now what we can do is we'll just organize it out, the data out. Since this is already set up, the tuple is already set up, what we can do here then is, I don't know if I should do another, anyway. Let's go ahead and do this. I'm trying to think. We'll go ahead and make it dirty for now. And then from here, this will be if... Let's see here, tr dict. My brain is currently mush. I'm thinking about this. All right. All right, all right. I think I have an idea. We're going to go into the reverse of this. So that means that the first tag, so we'll call this temp, temp dict. And this should contain a bunch of paths and a string. And then from here, I'm good. Let me get out my. I need to think of. I need to. Let me draw out my what I'm thinking. That will help me think more. Come on, load up. Hey there, Gimp. How are you doing? You better not... Oh yeah, you're going to totally flash me a super bright color. Let me go ahead and change that. Alright, there we go. Okay. Okay then. So what I'm thinking is, if you look at what we have... Alright, so if you look at what we have a folder with our animation in it. So this is our animation folder. And then from here, we'll then have a layer below that, which will contain the different animation sequences. This will be something like fidget. This is idle. This is chat, these types of things. And then in here, these will then have another folder in it. And this will be the structure, the folder structure. So it could be if it is frames. So if it's frames, then it will be, 01, 02, 03. And then these will contain the individual layers that make up the image. But however, if this happens to be a sequence, then what this is, it will actually be the layers as the folders. So this will be tail, body, and then tail, body, and head. And then these will contain the animation sequence. So 01, 02, 03. So with this in mind... So let's think here. So, yeah, with this in mind, what I want to first do is I want to first pull these out right here. These out. This right here will be sorted out in its own separate thing. And this will be the sequencer or the framer, or this is the layer sequencer or the frame sequencer. That's what this will all be handled by. And as for this is what we're trying to organize. And originally I was thinking of just automating this. This is what I'm trying to do right now. But I don't know if that would actually be the right thing, because if you think about it, it should be fairly simple. For instance, we have the emotion that my character will have. For instance, see, he's sad. Now he's angry. Oh. Now he's derpy. He's shocked. So I have the different emotions. So my character can jump around the different types of emotions. But then I also have different costumes. And I also have different, for instance, look, holding a controller. Having the arms down. Arms in pockets. So they have many different layers. So, So there's the emotion. Then there is the I guess you could say the component, which of the animation components, which is these things. But then we'll then have the stance above this. And then we have the costume. Yeah, that's... I don't know why, but I made this stupidly complicated. My avatar is stupidly complicated, and I don't know why I did that. Let's see here. Can I actually change... Let's see here. Did I actually set it up so I can change his... So I can kind of show it off? How about this? I'm going to go ahead and open up the an animation panel. Okay, here we go. So I have the animation panel open. Let me go over here to... See, I have him in a hoodie. There's my lab coat. There I am in my Christmas outfit. Again, I don't know why. And then if you look here, I also have playing a game, arms down. Very complicated. Why did I do this? I should probably just do the entire thing with the derpy face. Anyway. So let's see here. So with this in mind, the way that we want to think about it is this is structured. So yeah, this is all structured. So if I automate this, where we grab these two layers, this right here, which are the .pngs, and this will definitely be the .pngs as well. Oh, actually, these are the folders right here. So yeah, these should... Yeah, the PNG actually should be below this. These right here are the PNGs. So yeah, these two are perfectly fine. We don't have to worry about that. And then for these, it will be for however we go up. And based off of the structure, this will be the most common. This will be the most rare. Would a data dictionary... I think the dictionary structure, what I was thinking about, would be fine. If we look at it... So let's just say this will be casual Christmas. And this is going to be a dictionary, which will then contain dictionaries, which will then have happy, sad, and then these would be dictionaries, which would then contain the folder structure. So this would be fidget, idle. All right, yeah. I think the data dictionary idea is the best course of action. All right, yeah, okay. So okay. I think that's great. I think that's right. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and... So this right here makes sense. Right now we have happy and idle, but it will get longer as time moves on. And the whole idea is to just parse out all of these into their respective folders. Actually, because of the fact that... I think, actually, this organized folders is probably going to be a... this is actually going to... Because originally I was thinking of setting it up so that it would just parse out the stuff on the top originally. Would have no trouble. And then from there, you know, it'd parse out the stuff originally on the top. And then we could then have the other two sequencers. They would do their things later. But I'm beginning to think that that might not be that might not be what I'm able to do. That might not be option. I might have to program this down there, because we have the directory list already with all of our individual frames right here. Okay, well, let's go ahead and just start programming something. Let's just start programming something. So the first things first is we have oh yeah, I think that might be it. All right, yeah, I think that might be it. So if I recall, because of how we're going to be doing this, all of these should contain a import folders because of the fact that this is an abstract basic class. So because of that, technically the structuring should be the same. Because we'll be parsing these out differently. The main difference is that how these different layerings will be treated later. So that means all right, the fact that they all have import folder. So let's go ahead and let's see here. Here it is. Abstract basic class import folder. We're just going to go ahead and let's see here. Fine, and this is not going to be an import folder. This is going to be the setup format or setup folder format. And this is going to be an abstract basic class. Let's go ahead and pop this in here. Abstract. Where's my abstract method? Thank you. And it's all lowercase. So this is an abstract method, and then from here we can then start parsing this out here. So what we can do here is see here, setup folder format. And from here, what we can do is we'll simply put in our directory list. Oh, what am I doing? I'm calling this. Structured folder. And then this happens to be a dictionary, which will contain right now it's going to be a string with another dictionary, which happens to also contain strings and paths. And this is a class function, so we should change it to CLS. Let's see here. Yeah, sometimes your brain just goes plop, and then you just sit here staring at it, thinking, "What's the best way to do it?" Because I know how I want it structured, and doing it, I could easily do that here. So the idea first would be to just parse these out. Technically, I could probably do that right here while I'm digging, because this is recursive right here. Actually, you know what? I should probably do that there first. because technically the structure is going to be the same no matter what. So instead of just generating a nice list like I've done right here, why not just start generating this here first? So let's see here. Here's the generation of the list. Hey, Rishu, how's it going? I am coding an animator. Well, okay, kind of an animator. The idea is that I will... It's going to build short videos for me so that I can then set it up so that my avatar will be able to move around. Because if you notice, he's actually pretty well animated. Like, he has a whole lot of different emotions and such, and these are all little movies I created in order for it to be swapped in and out with Sammy. And it was a pain in the butt to set these up, so I figured if I write some code to automate this process, it'll make the generation process much nicer, much smoother. I'm pretty sure that there might be software out there that already does this, but I figured I'm going to just program it myself. All right, yeah, so let's see here. So this right here is my little recursive code right here, which finds all of the paths, which generates this nice happy list right here. And the idea is that we first generate a list. We then go, if this is a directory, as in if this, let's see here. Yeah, if this is empty, actually, why would I have that here? I originally had a bit right here, which was because I was originally just trying to see if this was a dir, so I originally had this here. But I don't need that now because I'm going to collect all the other files, so I actually don't think I need the if statement anymore. Because, yeah, I don't think I need that anymore. So let's see here. So we're going to go through, and then if the path that we have is a dir, then we're going to return it. No, if it's not a dir, then we're going to return it. And if it is, then we're going to run through and go collect it. All right, then. Now, we don't really need to enumerate this now. All right. I'm very tempted to just... Let's see here. Let's see here. Path, dir. Okay, first things first, we have directory path. There's my sequence. So when I do that, we'll then have this here, which will be our happy and sad. And then from here, we'll then run in and start doing that. And this will just make sure that, as I mentioned, if it is not a dir, then it will just return this as a list so that we can then append it later. But if it is a... I think that might be if this is returned. So the idea then is because we're going to be extending a folder here, but we're not going to do that now. Instead, what we're going to do is when we run this, we're going to return, and then this is going to be a dictionary. So let's see here. Is this? Oh yeah, this is right here where we're returning that. We're not doing that now. Instead, we'll call this the. We'll just call it the dir or dir temp right now. This is just a dictionary with a string with a path. Or I should probably put any with any for now. Then from here, and then from this, let's see. I want to put the like that. And then from here, we'll go with dir temp. Kind of like this. And this is supposed to be looking for a, but now this is a dictionary with any. Yeah, kind of is a, yeah, this is no longer a dictionary with any. Okay, I'm beginning to see a problem here. Because once it gets to the very end, it can be either. It can be a path or a path or a dictionary. We'll set it like that for now. Okay, let's go ahead and run this. Okay, so let's see here. Sequencer will be get file from directory, the directory path, and there we go. Okay. So let's see here. How did this turn out? This turned out the exact... It kind of worked. Okay, let's... Okay, first things first. Let's go ahead and put this in a... Oops. Let's go ahead and put this in a file and I investigate it. Where's B? So how do I start from a project from idea to execution? Well, I kind of just think of something that I want to do, and then I start drawing up plans. You kind of want to know where the step-by-step of a project, because otherwise what will happen is you'll start working on it, you'll quickly get lost, and then you will lose interest. So you kind of want to know the play-by-play. So for mine, I happen to have a... Let me show you that. Actually, it'd probably be easier if I just draw it. I should have set that as a new layer. Don't mind me, don't mind me. Okay, so for the project right here that I want to work on. So let me explain it. Yeah, let me explain it real quick. So the way that the project is going to work is I have a bunch of PNG files in a bunch of folders. So these are all in folder files, and they're just, I need to animate these. I need to turn these into a movie, a little MP4. So to do this, I need to figure out the steps that I need to take. So the first thing is I need to make sure that the PNGs layer up. So that means each individual picture is on top of each other. I then need to put these in order and output them. So once I So I need to first load these up, then overlay them, then put them into a movie, and then output it. And now once I have figured out, these are the basic steps these are the steps that I need to take, then I can start going in and figuring out, all right, so what do I need to do to accomplish loading the file up? And in that case, you would then start working on those. For instance, to load the file up, I'll need to be able to locate the file. I need to be able to import it in this case, because we're using Python, it needs to be in a video friendly format. And then because of the fact that this is going to be later overlaid, I also need to be able to group them together. And then you figure out all of these individual steps. And then once you have all the steps set up, you then start programming. You then start figuring the things out. And that's what we're currently doing right now. We're at the very initial step. For how long I've been programming, that largely depends on your definition of programming. If you would say if you would say writing any form of code to get things done, then I've been programming for a long, long time. I remember using R and MATLAB and a lot of other programs that are quite old. However, if you're thinking of like game development programming or building applications, I'm actually it's a little bit more recent for me, because most of the stuff I did was very functional. But while it is functional, I would actually classify it as something a bit different. All right, so let's see here. This is backwards. Or is it backwards? Actually, I think it's actually correct. Let's go ahead and investigate it. No, it's fine, it's fine. It's fun to explain things. Inspect. Happy. Idle. Eyes. It worked. Oh, check it out. Oh, check it out. It worked. It did exactly what we wanted. It's perfect. Hey, that saves me a whole lot of pain. Congratulations. Organize folders. I don't need you anymore. Okay then. So there we go. So now that we have organized folder, this right here, it's set up our organization. Now what we can worry about, all right, let's see here. So this is an abstract basic class, import folders. This is no longer this is a dictionary. All right. So if we look, it's a dictionary and a dictionary and a dictionary and a dictionary. So I probably should output this as, that's kind of what this is. So let's see here. This is expected a dictionary with a path, but this is going to be a dictionary with any ... like so. There we go. And then from there, now what we need to do is we need to start, let's see here. This is import folders. But these are all going to be a bit different now. So technically, let's just go ahead and pass this, and let's start working on the other ones. So here we are. So set up folder format. That's what we want to work on. So first things first, we'll go ahead and self dot. Oh. There we go. Oh yeah, we also need to I think we're going to have import folders be where everything is called, wasn't it? Yeah, I believe that was the case. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this, put that there. And then once we're there, what we'll then do is we'll call set up folders format. And we'll put in the directory list, but this is no longer a directory list. This is a directory dict. All right then. So, and right now this is going to take in a dictionary. Now, okay. So yeah, so this is where we need to start thinking a bit more about, because now that we've set up the structure layout, now we need to think a bit more about this design. So it's the design. Let's go ahead and draw that out. This is also one thing I would recommend doing. It's a bit slow but I mean, I'm a bit slow when it comes to these things. So it always helps for me to try and keep things drawn out. And if you can kind of figure out, oh, these are the steps I need to take when it comes to programming, and what I want to do, then the programming becomes more natural. For instance, now that we have here, we now have our folder. And this is going to be our, let's do the sequence first. So this will be tail, body, head. And then these will contain images. So this would be 01, 02, 03. These are PNGs. And what we need to know is what these are. For instance, the body is going to be a.01, or it's going to be 01.png tail, but also, because of these are all sequences, it's not just going to be like this. For instance, one of the things I was thinking of was, for instance, body will not just contain, 01, 02, 03. It could potentially also have, for instance, this will be the lab coat, or the jacket, or Santa, which means that these have to be labeled. So these can be labeled in two ways. This can be a sequence, or this can be I guess you could say I don't want to say keyframe, but this will be this is not a sequence. I'll call it key for now. With that in mind, that means what needs to happen is, with our current structure, where it's a dictionary upon a dictionary, it needs to go into each of these at the very end. Man, is this going to be efficient? I don't think this is going to be the most efficient way of doing it. Technically, it also runs into the... okay, this will be a different format. Yeah. So let's not worry about this for now. This is going to be a different format entirely, based off of how I'm thinking of structuring it. So we can worry about this. This can be a completely different sequencer later. So for now, we'll just focus on this right here. So I don't have to worry too much about program. Because originally what I was thinking of was with the folder structure here, because of the fact that I might have a folder where they has the individual components as opposed to being a sequence. So then I would have tags where one would be a sequence, or another tag could be a key. And then based off of that, it would then process the files differently. But I don't think we need to do that for now. I think the main thing is we just want to keep a sequence. So yeah, I think for the main part, we just want to keep it a sequence. So there's happy, there's fidget, then here's idle, and then here we go. Here's the different layers. And fidget, here's the different layers and idle. So we'll just want to process those for now. So let's go ahead and just do that. That means we don't really need to do a folder setup. Now what we just need to do is start the basic animations. Alright, if that's the case, we'll go ahead and... Let's see here. This is going to be about the same down here in the layer sequencer. But what I'm going to do is start setting things up a bit. So now we're here. Let's see here, data dictionary. Which happens to be B. We'll call this the data dict for now. So first things first, we'll want to go to the very bottom. Why does it feel like I'm going to be doing a lot? Because I'm thinking about it. Because it feels like I'm trying to think of ways to optimize here. Because I could just write code to go back down this ladder and start filling things out. But in order to be to optimize, theoretically, I should just start setting things up while we're going through. As in, while I'm going into while I'm collecting each individual folder, I should set up the structure while we're going. To do this, we'll just can pull in one of the abstract, or one of the abstract classes down here. Why don't we go ahead and set it up first, and then we'll see about putting it in there. I think that might be the best course of action. So let's go ahead and pass that. Let's see here. Actually, we want this down here too. And let's go ahead and get to the deepest layer first. So go to dir dict. We'll go for happy. Oh yeah, this is going to be a... So we'll go for happy. And then we'll go for idle. There we go. And then here we can see there's the eyes, headset, the VR eyes, and then the body. And then here we can see the different frames. I think I should... Okay, instead of doing idle, we should probably pick one that actually is set up. So idle, so fidget. There we go. Because the tail changes in fidget, if you look. Okay, actually, wait a minute. Let's see here. I'm busy looking here right now. Fidget is... There's intro, there's talk. Here's fidget right here. Tail. Yeah, so fidget... And then we'll want to get to the tail. Actually, it should just show up here. There's tail right there. So we should see a huge change in the tails. I only see one. Let's see here. I'm busy I'm busy examining right now to find out where my missing tail is. Let's go ahead and inspect. We're going to happy. We want to go to fidget. Yeah, tail. Oh, this should be there. They're looking at a tail. Yeah, it's a dictionary that contains 8. PNG1, PNG2, all the way down to 8. Yeah, happy, fidget, tail. How much you bet that, let's see here. I'm gonna see here. Let's just get the tail real quick. Something screwy's going on. Oh, now the dictionary doesn't have anything. Okay, alright, alright. Actually, instead of using gets, let's just go ahead and do this. Happy, fidget, tail. I'm going to set this to B. Did I spell it wrong? Happy. Yes, I did. I have a D in there that shouldn't be there. There we go. Okay. There we go. So there's our sequence right there. All right, so there's our sequence right there. Let's go ahead and grab that. The first thing we want to do, let's see here. Let's see here. So yeah, there's our sequence. It needs to be properly sequenced because we've numbered it. So first things we have to do is sort that. But we also have to keep in memory, because the idea is that the only thing that's changing is this sequence here. Once we go to another spot, which would be the like VR, the VR eyes, there's only one there, which means that would not change. But what it does mean is that we would want to, pretty much we're going to be overlaying that. So the question is how would I set this up? Well, because the whole point of this here, I should probably write that down. The whole point of the sequencer, so this code is to load up, or is to put image, location, and data in memory for building animations. Because the idea is that this sequencer, let's see here. No, that's not you. The art generator right here. This is going to be the output for the videos. So the generators will be, the generator code is actually going to generate the video. So let me go ahead and write that down as well. So code will take sequence of images and output as a output in desired format. Because here you can see I have a video generator, and this is going to be an image series generator. The idea is that depending on how I want it to be formatted, it will determine how we're going to, which generator we're going to use. And this right here is based off of the structure of the folders, is how we're going to load the images. Let's see here. I'm busy hopping around 1 second to see where the code, to try and gain some more memory about what's going on. Let's see here. Originally, this was the old code that I wrote. And what it did is, it did a lot of stuff. At the end of the day, you just run it like this. And this is long ago, that's when this code was written, and I'm trying to update it. Let's see here. Oh yeah, definitely gonna have to put in a delay. But that's later for this, for when we're building the sequences. Actually, I think that might be a good way of thinking about it. As I say, I think that actually might be a good way to think about it. Because of the fact that, let's see here, here's our sequences. The point of this is to load in the data. So, let's see, where did that, let's see here, is it this, it's not this, I don't think it's a sequencer. Let's see here, so there's the generators, there's the sequencers, animation. Is it the animator? I'm trying to find out wherever, let's see here. I think it might have been the animator, yeah. Yeah, so I was going to take the folder structures, pump it into an animator, and then the animator would then do its business. And based off of how the things are structured, it would really determine how to set things up. So, yeah, really. All right, yeah. So really, once we get this, with that in mind, with that in mind, that means the sequencer right here. Let's see, is not this one, not that one. Let's see here. Where are you? Not the framer. This one. So all this needs to do is just build out the data. That's what this needs to do. So because of that, all I need to do now is just, because the memory should be pretty cheap to finding out where the locations are. Keeping those sources of memory should be fine. So that means what we need to do is once we get to here, I really think we need to, I really think what we're going to do is we're going to use this right here, the setup folder format. This will just simply be, because this is an based abstract method, this right here theoretically is not going to change, getting the folders and such. So what we can do is we can go in, start grabbing the folders, and then based off of how our structure is, we can then set up this right here. So with that in mind, what we should do then is first write how this is going to work. And the way that I plan this to work is once we get to, this is where it gets a bit complicated. For now, let's see here, because the idea is that we're going to get to fidget to right here. So once we get here, we have this structure. Then we need to start building the frames. So let's go ahead and see here. This is what we're working with. This is our working file. Oh. This is our working file right now. And because this is going to be the layer sequencer, that means the folders. So let's see here. So these are the different these are the layers. And this will simply be we'll set it as a list for now. Working file dot oh, let's see here. Oh, balls, I just forgot the... I don't think it... Yeah, it's not head. Let's see here. Working file. What I want to do is get the keys. There it is. Keys. Thank you. Thank you, brain. So those are the different layers right here. So that we know, yeah, so we now know that what the different layers are right there. We'll need to know the layering, actually. Yeah, this is one of the spots that I was trying to think about earlier. Because I think maybe we can worry about the layering later. The first thing is to just start building these things out. So now we know we have the different layers. And what we can do is we can then start going through the folders. So in this case, we're going to build a sequence. So come on, brain, think for a sec. Okay. All right. So now we have the different layers. We know what files. We know what each part is going to be. We now need to go in and find out the length of each of them. So, this is where the problem I usually come across. I can think of 1,000 different ways to do it, but then I'm trying to figure out what is the best way to do it. And I always get stuck here because what I could do is I could go into each individual layer here, each individual folder, find out how long each one is, and then from there I can then set up a for loop saying, all right, for this length, we'll just go into each of the 5 layers and then pull out the file, the next one that we iterate through. But another way to do it is that we just start hopping through we set it up so we just start hopping through each of the files, and then from there, every time we reach the end of one, we just keep looping or grabbing the same one. Actually, that might actually be the best way to do it. But by doing it that way, we won't actually know when to get to the very end. So in that case, we'll probably have to keep an eye out and see when do we get a repeat of all of the all of the output. Maybe, I guess let's try it that way for now. So we have the different layers. We know that there are 5 of them. So I think maybe a long zip. Why don't we do... Let's see here. Where are you? Actually, you know what? Instead, let's type in long zip first. There it is, zip longest. Future moves iterative. I wonder if... All right. And then from here, we have a lot of iterables. So we'll go with working layer. Actually, you know what? let's see here, we'll go with a.get, or not a, but, well, no, we'll be working layers, a, for a in layers. And this should be working file. There we go. And then from here, we'll then create an iterator. So we'll call this the, let's see here, we'll call this the layer iter. This is an iterator. Let's make sure that it is typed. There it is, type iterator from typing. And then from here, we'll go for, man, this is going to be, yeah, doing it this way, I don't think this is the right way to do it. Calling it there now. I don't think this is the right way to do it. What I think I would do, actually what I think I would do instead, is because all of these okay, so what I'm going to do is something else. So instead of doing a long zip here, what I can do is there is a file called, it's also part of the iterator tools. So, oh, there it is, iter tools. And it should be, not repeater. Oh, what is it called? Let me do a quick Google search because I remember what it is, but at the same time, see here. Let's see here. No, it's an iterator. No, come on. It's a Python, yeah. Don't make me get my book out. It's actually gonna make me get my book out. Hey, XCA, how's it going? I figured I can program a bit today. And of course it didn't. All right. One sec. Where's my book? Okay, I see my book. Let me go get my book. How's it going? XOA. All right. Actually, I remember when I was before I go to my book. Let's see here. Where's my? It might be at. Let's check the animator real quick. Let's see here. Sequencer, framer. It might be in the sequencer. Let's go there. Animation components, NP. Okay, maybe let's check framer. Oh, I'm using longest zip there. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think that I might have to look into my book. Because it's an iter tools. It's XO. Hey, how's it going? Hey, yeah, long time no see, XO. It's been going well. I've been doing lots of stuff. It's been quite busy on my end. I have a little bit of time, free time right now, so I figured I could stream a bit. I thought it'd be fun to stream programming. That way I can get my animation tool work on my animation tool. It is amazing how trying to program. Yeah, it's kind of funny when trying to program and trying to stream at the same time. Your IQ tends to drop like 2 or 3 points. Let's see, that's my sequence. Yeah, okay, I'm going to get my book. Okay. I am currently reading Lord of the Rings. I haven't read it for a long time, so I figured, hey, why not read Lord of the Rings? There it is, effective Python. Oh, thank you, thank you. Hopefully things are going well on your end as well. Let's see here. It's not iSlice. Let's see here. Where are you? Sorry, no one can see what I'm looking at. I'm looking at my little book here, so I can't really show you guys what I'm looking at. Let's see. Where? I know I'm not crazy. Where is it? There is a Python function that you can use which will continually cycle through a list forever and ever and ever. I was originally using it for my animation. Let's see here. Well, my brain time, I forgot. Okay, we're going to. Alright, I'm not. Alright, I'm not seeing it anywhere. Alright, we're just going to forget about it for now. We're going to change the way we do this then. Let's see here. Yeah, because there's supposed to be a code. There's supposed to be a function that you can do in iter tools, which allows you to just repeat a sequence over and over and over again. Actually, I wonder if I could search for it, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So let's see here. I don't need you open. So because of this, what we're going to do instead, let's see here, is the sequencer. Yeah, we don't need this either. Hey, iterator. Oh. Animations. There's my edit. Let's see here. I'm busy. Okay, yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. Let's get back to our sequence builder. Or this one right here. Okay. Let's all right, because of the fact that I can't find that and I can't remember what it is right now, what I'm going to do instead is we have our different layers. What we'll first do is we'll find the max or the max file. So we're going to simply do a length of the layers for, or I guess we should call this files. For files in, let's see here. And this will be working files dot. All right, so this is actually going to be the keys. Then from here, this will be working file dot get keys. This is the length. And then from here, we'll just simply find the max. And then that's just, there we go. Okay, so this is the max frame. This is going to be an integer. And now that we have that here, from here, what we can then do is we'll simply make a for loop. Oh, we'll call this the frames or frame sequence. Then from here, this is going to be a list of, I don't know what it's going to be filled with right now, but it's going to be a list. I know that much. So from here, we'll go with we're going to go through each individual layer to fill this out. We know where all the layers are, and we know what the working frames are. So from here, I'm trying to think of a way to do this. Let's see here. Cycle, pairwise, repeat. I wonder if maybe this is what actually I was thinking of. So actually, is it cycle? Was it cycle that I was thinking of? It might be cycle. Either way. We know our number of our max number of frames. We know our layers. I'm trying to think of a. Let's see here. I'm trying to think. Working file. Let's go ahead and do that. Object is not scriptable. Oh, I see. It's because it's a not an actual list, even though it thinks it's a list. It's not an actual list. This just happens to be a data dicts. A dict keys. So which is actually a bit annoying. All right, we'll do that for now. That way I can do that. And then from here we can get our list right here. So that's the PNG file. All right. Let's see here. We want 8 frames. So 4 frame in range of 0 to max frame. We'll then have to go through each layer for this will be layer in layers. Then from here we'll want to, yeah, this is what I meant by it has to be a much cleaner way to do this. Although this is getting ugly. For now, let's just get it working and then we can clean it up. So this is now going to be layer. And then from here, so the idea would be that we'll be going to get the one before it. Yeah, the idea is that we'll be going for the one before it. I can think of a way to do it, but yeah, it's going to take a lot of, it's going to do a lot of cycles, and that's the last thing I want. So what I'm thinking of is simply, because, well, this is technically a dictionary. So this is actually, I think I can index, oh yeah, and it's not, oh yeah, and I forgot. Yeah, it's not properly sorted either. Let's see here, our dictionary, where are you? Fidget we're looking at, tail, yeah, 8, yeah, this is totally not, that is, yeah, that is not sorted at all. We're going to have to sort that proper. Alright then, so it might have to be a change of plans. Okay. Change of plans. We know our frames, we know our layers. We also know that the... Oh, I have an idea. Because we're building frames. What we can do is we can set up the 8 containers, and then we just kind of cycle, we go through each individual layer and just fill in the containers with the appropriate piece. That way, I can simply say if, you know, if, in this case, we'll definitely need this to be, these need to be iterables. They need to be the cycle iterables too. All right, so yeah, definitely need iter tools. Repeat's just going to repeat it over and over again. So what we want is, it has to be cycle. All right then. So in this case, what we'll do is we will... I don't think a dictionary is... Well, let's try. Layers dot... Or not layers. Working file dot get. And we'll simply go with layers. We'll go with the first layer. Oh, iter tools is not defined. Okay. How about we'll just import cycle. All right, we'll just import cycle for now. Oh, that, okay then. for a in this, print a. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right. I get it. I get it. I get it. Stop. 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 Okay, then. Yeah. It was cycling. Okay. Yeah. That's what we want. Okay, then. So, yeah. So the idea then is that what we can do is, because this is the each individual layer, so we'll go with for layer in layers. We're going to set up a cycle iterable. So this will be called the cycle iter. This is an iterable or iterator. And there we go, layer. Now for the cycle, now here we're going to have, this is called the sequence frames. And this just happens to be a list of 8. So this is going to be 4. We'll call this the frame in range of 0 to max frame. We will just cycle through this however many times we need to. There we go. And then from here, what we'll do is we will... So this is technically going to be a... But yeah, if you remember our stuff, it is not properly sorted yet. I guess let's focus on getting it worked on, outputting the stuff, and then what we can do is build it from there. But what we can do here is, well, this is going to be we'll still set this as a list for now, but this is going to be a list of lists. This will have paths in it. Oh, this will have paths in it. And then from here, our frame sequence. All right, then. Our frame sequence with happens to be our frame. And this we want to put append. And this will be cycle iter dot next, or it should be or we want to call next. So I think we need to put just next. There we go. And then from here, there we go. So with this, let's go ahead and run that. Max frame is not defined. Okay. There we go. List out of range. Okay, why is it out of range? How is the sequencer going so far? Immediately complains. Oh yeah, I think I know what the problem is. It's because it's empty. It's because it's empty right now. We need to... Let's see here. I know of a cheap Python way to do it. It would just simply be that for a in range of 0 to max frame, but this is a bit cheap. I mean, there you go. There's my sequence. There we go. I think we'll keep that there for now, but that's yeah, that's a bit of a silly way to do it. Anyway, let's see how our frame sequencer is going. I see an awful lot of PNG1. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Let's see here. Because these are all, this is technically all of the key names right here. And I can already tell it's wrong. Let's see here. So that's what we're cycling. Let's see here. Let's see. Can I get the just... Alright, why don't we just type in values? Like that. Oh, built-in functional is not... What do you mean it's not a... Oh. Come on. There we go. Okay. So we have 5 in each layer. Okay, that makes sense. Let's go ahead and inspect. There's the headset. There's the eyes. Oh, it looks like it worked. Now let's see here. Where's the tail? Let's do a quick investigation here. This should be... There it is. Tail is 8. All right. Tail is 8 again. That's not looking right. Tail is 8 again. Okay, yeah. All right. It did not work properly. It messed up. Tail is 8 all the way through, which is not supposed to be the case. We're supposed to be... We're supposed to be... Oh, wait. I get it. I get it. I put the cycling thing in the for loop. This needs to be here. Okay. Alrighty. That should have solved the problem. So let's go ahead and check out our sequence again. Here it is. Let's see here. Now that is 1. And that is 8. Alright then. And then this happens to be 5. Perfect. Alright. Good. Nice. Now what we just need to do is do a quick sort. So with that in mind, we need to, once we collect all the files, we need to do a quick sort from here. Let's see here. So this right here happens to be... Where are you? Here it is, right here. This right here is our for... This is a recursive right here. And this is going in and locating all the files. Once we find the file, it outputs it. And that will generate us our dictionary of dictionaries, pretty much. And for the most part, it works pretty well. What we end up doing is, because we're doing the path name to here, so that's one reason why it's the name of the file that goes to the very end. If I organize this a bit differently, because technically once we get to the end, where it's just the files, we don't need to go deeper into the folders. This is actually one reason why I originally had this right here, which is, well, maybe we should do that again. If P is dir. That way it will only find out those. And then that way also, we are no longer looking for paths. It's only going to be directories. Let's see here. And this pretty much will not be running anymore because, yeah, this is never going to happen. Yeah. So yeah, that's never going to happen anymore. However, it does mean that we're no longer going to get our files. So I have I think, let's see here. What we can do here instead is once we get to here, I'm trying to think of a way to, because once we get down to the bottom layer, I would like to push the data out. Actually, if you think about it, let's see here. Yeah, because once we get down to the bottom layer, if when we hop back in, because we'll be at the layer, it will see that there are none of these happen to be a dir. So actually, I think that's why I originally had this. If that, then perform this. Otherwise, oh, and then return that. Otherwise, that means that we'd want to have, let's see here, this should be directory path dot, let's see here. We can go ahead and iterate over that. And this will be the file list. This will be a list of paths. There we go. Oh. Yeah, I don't need I don't need that to be like that because this is already going to be a list. Like so. Actually, I think it's going to be called an iterator. Yeah, it's a generator. All right. In that case, A or P for P and that. Now then, with a file list, what we can do is we can return the... We'll return a dictionary. I'm busy looking. Busy looking. So directory path dot name with file list. And then from here, I still don't think we need that, because we're kind of stopping at the end. Okay then. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and rerun this. See here, directory path. Now where's A? Where are you, A? Hello, A. Where are you? Where's A? Maybe up here? There's A. Okay. Well, let's get down to the bottom. And there we go. Okay. That is much better. If you look, yeah, that is much better. Now if we look, it's once we get down here to the eyes, then instead of having PNG equals PNG, it will actually be that. And actually, now that we are grabbing the directory all the way at the end, it should theoretically be organized now, shouldn't it? Let's see here. Idle should have nothing going on. Fidget should have the tail moving. And for some... Why is 8? 8 is still the first file. Why? Look at this list. 8 is the first one that shows up. It is so okay. We do need to implement some kind of sorting code. Alright, so let's see here. Since we are able to grab the file list right here, I'm going to implement some kind of sorting right here. So there should be a thing called sorted file list. Can you suggest? What would you suggest? I have a quick question. I want to start learning Python. Oh. I thought, what is the best source to learn, free or paid? Well, there's a couple, I would recommend a couple different places. Let's see here. If I click you and load you up. It depends on how deep you want to get. For instance, let's see here. Where are you? No, not you. Because Python's open source, here it is, this one. It's the actual website dedicated to learning Python. I would recommend starting here and going through. It will hit all of the different, yeah, it pretty much hits everything that you need to know. And it will, yeah, see right here. Hello world, variables, lists, operators. It explains all of these things, and it goes quite in detail. And then once you kind of have the basics, I would then recommend start, you want to do it specifically for AI research. For that, I would recommend first going here to learn some basics. And then the next place to go is a place called Hugging Face. Hugging Face is the community for building AI. Here you can get any model you want. Well, okay, not any model, but you can pretty much access a variety of them. So, for instance, let's pick a example. Let's go with text generation, because that's the easiest. Hey, JetBeans has one. We'll pick JetBeans. And then from here, you can then start seeing, like, this is how you would access the code. This is the, well, yeah, pretty much this is how you would access the code. Sadly, they don't have an output on this one. Some of these will actually be pretty nice and give you what the output looks like. Actually, let's type in semantic. Oh, sure. Of course you're not going to show that. Let's see here. Semantic. I wonder why it's not showing it up. All right, then. We'll type in polarity. Maybe I'm spelling it wrong. Oh, hey, the different data set. See, you can also see here, for instance, it has the different data sets that you want. That's actually pretty new. They didn't have the data sets originally, but now apparently they do, which is nice. But then you can also go find other different, like here, for instance, this is like showing you how the polarity is and such. And again, this is all the different code. So this will help you kind of start figuring it out. These will give you models that you can start using. And you can start kind of learning how they work. And then eventually, once you are comfortable with Hugging Face, or you're comfortable with Python, and then you're comfortable with Hugging Face, then you'll want to start looking at things like Tensor. Let's type in Python. See right here, TensorFlow. What this will, oh, bright. So bright. I want, you ignore my dark mode. I hate you. But yeah, okay, once you get comfortable with those two, then you'll start wanting to look at tensors. And things like TensorFlow or scikit-learn, there are a variety of different ones available, and this is for actively learning how to build them. So yeah, you start off with learning Python, then learn what the models are capable of and using them, and then you can start going in and learning about how to actually build them. In this case, you would use something like Tensor, or you would use PySpark. In this, oh hey, here's one, PySpark. I know that what is it called? What is it called? What is it called? I want to say scikit-learn, but let's see here. Yeah, it's scikit-learn. So once you pick those up, go into scikit-learn and start learning about these. There's a whole laundry list of them, because this is ultimately where the models. This is the underlying code. The underlying systems of how these AI models work, and these all involve, linear regressions. They involve classifications. Where's neural networks in here? Naive Bayes. Like, these are all of the different statistical models that you'll need to know in order to build a model. For instance, where are you? Where is my good friend? Here they are. Neural network models, these supervised learning models. I ended up using these quite a bit when I was back in my old job. And the way these work these are classification systems. So I think one thing to comment on is that AI is a very general term that covers everything. I think what most people think of are the chatbots and the generative models. But AI also encompasses these ones right here. For instance, this neural network is an AI model. And this can be used for things like classification. So if you have data like this, oh, come on, zoom in, zoom in. Yeah, if you have data like this that you want to organize, I know that this doesn't have anything here, but let's just assume, for instance, the x-axis is like price of a video game, and then the y-axis is how long the duration of the game. And then from there, you want to classify if it's worth your value or not worth your value. Then you would plot out these data like so, and then you would then start performing this type of neural network analysis to figure out which category these different games would be. Shorter games that are pretty cheap, you could classify it out. Then longer games that are more expensive, again, it would be classify it out. So I would recommend these things. If you noticed, all of this is free. Yeah, all of this is free right here, and kind of how I roll when it comes to learning these things. Now, things that are not free, oof. Yeah, and the things that are not free, but I definitely would recommend you finding eventually, is there's a book, 2 books out there I would recommend. And let me show you. Let me load these up so I can point them to you. All right, then. So there's a book right here called Effective Python. This one right here. What this book does is it provides you with a lot of... Oh, actually, wait. Oh, aha. Apparently it's available. Oh my, it's very bright. Yeah, I would recommend this book. I would definitely recommend this book. It's surprising that it's actually available. And in this, what it does is it actually gives you a lot of different explanations of the code. Hey, Usagi, how's it going? But yeah, what it'll do is it'll go in and it'll explain all of the different ways of how to do code. And it will actually explain kind of rationales on why you would do it. For instance, let's see here. Where's a nice example? Oh, actually, here's a good example right here. You can't compare strings with instances with bytes. And then here it provides you an example of why you can't do that. But you can compare See, it provides you examples and it explains the goods, the do's and the don'ts. And eventually, when you get deeper into this book, it'll actually start giving you examples of, hey, this is one way that people would program. And then you would go, oh, but this is why you would not want to do it. So it's actually a very useful book. I would recommend this book. And apparently it's free. Now, the other book that I would recommend... Let's see here. Let me scroll on my little tablet that I have books on there. All right. And this is for the... And this one here is for the... because AI models are a lot about... There it is. Mathematics for machine learning. I wonder if this book is also free. Oh, apparently it is. Okay. Oh, hey. All of the things I'm talking about seem to be publicly available. I would highly recommend this book as well, because this is exactly the math that you'll need to learn for machine learning. If you learn this with the other book, then you'll be very effective in programming. And here you can see some of the ones I was commenting on. Look, linear algebra. Then there's the linear regressions. So you can kind of get the idea. Oh yeah, I eventually you have to give up on those. Yeah, I know that exact problem. Oh, I really do. I had to, because I'm currently trying to update my character model right now, hence why we're programming. We're trying to build the tools to recreate all of these files. And yeah, when you draw that many times, man, you can go crazy. You can go crazy. But anyway, I hope this helps. I explained a bit. Yeah. All right, glad to help. Glad to help. Oh yeah, you should definitely post it on Discord. For some reason though, my Discord is not loading. I don't know why. I've been trying to load it since this morning and it's just like, nope, sorry. We're not going to work. So I'll have to figure out why it's messing up later. For now though, we are now, let's see here. Oh, we should probably see here. We now have ourselves a list of data. Let's go get our file list. So I think I already remember what it was. It was what? Happy. Then this should be fidget. And then we're going to want tail. It should probably be lowercase happy. There it is. All right. And then... Wait, did I double up the tail? I hope not. Oh, I hope not. I hope not. That will suck. Let's get into here real quick and inspect. If it did, I'll have to change it out. Fidgets. Tail. And then we have... Yeah. Yep. All right. It had doubled up. With that in mind, we don't want this to... So, with that in mind, we'll just return this. And then with that, we'll have to say, we'll have a list. It's going to be a list or a dictionary. So this will be a list of... Technically, it's going to be PNG files, but like that. There we go. Let's see here. Expected a type list, got a list path. Oh. You got any fun books recommendations? During my birthday now. Oh, your book recommendation. I have a lot of books actually. It really depends on what you would want to read. I have so many. There are so many good books out there. Okay. Let me show you. Let me give you a couple. So I would recommend James Herriot first. Particularly his books, All Creatures Great and Small. Anything from biology to novels is good. Actually, this would be perfect for you. This is following a veterinarian. Yeah, All Creatures Great and Small. It does. Why do none of these support dark mode? But yeah, this is the first book right here in his series. He actually has 5 books total. And this is about a veterinarian who he goes around the countryside in England and he treats animals. And pretty much it's very fascinating. The setting is set in the 1930s. It's the 1930s up to the 1960s. It's pretty much following his entire life as a veterinarian. Each book is a different stage in his life, I guess you could say. But yeah, he has a whole bunch of them. He has all creatures. Actually, let's go to the wiki. Yes, there is. There is a TV show about it. It's very popular. In fact, there are even audiobooks for this as well. Let's see. Oh, they're going... Wait, were they trying to adapt it in... Yeah, here you go. There was a episode in the TV series. Okay, you have a good one. Oh. I'm going to call you Singer. Have a good one, Singer. But yeah, 1978 adaptation. I was kind of actually hoping for the... I was kind of hoping for the actual Wikipedia. Oh, here it is. Yeah, he has a lot of books. I'm trying to find his bookography. Here it is. Wow. Okay. I wonder why I don't see the American release. Okay. Where's the... All right. James Herriot's U.S. release. Oh, okay, fine then. Screw you. All right, we'll use the mot. Here we go. All creatures great and small, all things bright and beautiful, wise and wonderful. The Lord God made them all, and every living thing. And as you can see, he released them throughout many decades. And they all have audiobooks too. So this is a really good stories. I would highly recommend them for reading because, yeah, I understand. Actually, I was listening to the audiobooks when I was busy working in the lab. And now that I'm actually going back to reread them. Right now, I'm actually reading Lord of the Rings. It's high time that I get back to reading Lord of the Rings, so I'm checking out Lord of the Rings. All right, so let's see here. So what I'm going to do is, since we're already here, I'm just going to call this Tale as well. Oh yeah, I am... It's high time I get back to reading Lord of the Rings. And I am actually enjoying it a lot. It is Lord of the Rings is a very fun story. It really makes me... I never actually read The Hobbit. So, oh, that is perfect. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh. Now here's the question. Once I sorted it, did it automatically sort it for me? No, it did not. So what I want to do is... Does this have an in-place function? I have a feeling the answer is no. Yep, it doesn't have that. All right. Alrighty. So what we'll do is we'll do that. There we go. And then this is a list with a path. So we'll go ahead and change this to path. There we go. I see. And what did you think? I think it's quite good. I really enjoy it. All right then, so now we have that. We'll go sequencer. We'll do git directory. Yeah, I know. I agree. I agree. It is a great work. It's amazing. I remember. I don't know what it is. I think it's about time we started throwing shade at my generation, I guess you could say. Because back when before I read Lord of the Rings, they kept complaining about how, reading Tolkien is a pain in the butt because he will describe every petal of every leaf on the bushes before he ever gets to the next point in the story. And I'm sitting there, and now that I'm currently reading it, I'm like, you lying bozos, you. You just didn't want to read it. Because I'm enjoying every second of the book. Each page that I get to, it's just filled with so much life. It's such a good story. All right, let's see here. So now we're here. Oh yeah, now that so let's see here. Now we do that. And it is sorted out, which is nice. So now that we have that sorted, that means, let's go ahead and go here to, let's see here, working file. And we'll get back to, I'll go ahead and change this to A. And then from here, we're just going to now build the sequence. Oh, let's see here. Oh yeah, because this is now, well, this is no longer a dictionary, so we don't have to worry about that. All right. And that should be it. Now if we check out sequence frames. Yeah, I know, I agree. I agree. Describing the scene is kind of necessary, and it really helps with the story a lot. I mean, I actually enjoyed... This is also one reason why I kind of like James Herriot as well, is because he describes out the environment. A story gets very boring if they say, person A went here, person A did this, person A went there, person A did that. Build an atmosphere. Make it, build something like a canvas that you can draw on, and then I can imagine what's going on. That is far better than this descriptive BS. Because there's a story that I read recently. Boy, I'm getting distracted. Let me show you. Let's see here. Evil books. So yeah, here it is. The Resident Evil books by S.D. Perry. They made a lot of different stories. I technically only like to read the first 4. Yeah, here they are right here. These ones. My books did not look like that, though. Mine look like these. Yeah, these are what mine look like, right here. And, yeah, these are very fun if you want to read them and go through them. But boy, do you need to have played the games to be able to imagine what's going on. These books are very direct. They explain exactly what's going on and not much else. You don't know what the mansion looks like. You don't know what besides the very bare minimum of what they describe the monsters are looking like, you don't know much else about it, like how they smell or how dangerous they are. For instance, there's a part in the book where one of the monsters is released, and you're like, oh, this is really bad because this evil monster is now out and about. But I only know that because I played the games. If you read the book, you're going to be very lost. Yeah, so I would definitely recommend reading these because it's a very fun interpretation of the games. But yeah, I kind of wish that there was a bit more to the stories than how they're written. All right, so let's see here. Everything should be organized now. Frames, yeah. So there's 1. And there's 2. I think this is perfect. All right. Yeah, this is good. Oh yeah, this is perfect. This is perfect. So now what we can do here is we'll call this the working file, or the working let's, instead of calling it the working folder, why don't we call it the folder layer, the layer folder layers. There you go. And then this will happen to be I have no clue. I have no clue what this is going to be. This should technically be Donna Benvenuto. What is that? You'll have to... I'll have to look that up later. Okay, right now I'm thinking... Because right now we have this, we organize them out, and then we're here. So... Technically... Yeah, now we're here at this impasse. So how do we get to set up the folder, the formats? I never got to play Resident Evil Village. Sadly, I had the new trilogy. 7, 8, and 9, I've never was able to play them. That's largely because I don't own a PlayStation 5. And granted, I think they were released on other consoles recently. I know my wife is very interested in Requiem. So maybe she might pick it up and then we'll play it. Let's see here. See here, working. So now that we're here, I'm now trying to, because now we have this all properly formatted, and this right here is supposed to be the layer above. So when we generate this here, I see. I will have to check it out. One thing is, for me, knowing about the plot of a story doesn't bother me much. So I can go read up on the lore and everything, and then I can then go experience the game and enjoy it. So... Actually, I'll have to find out. Maybe I'll wait on figuring out who Donna is, just to keep it a suspense and surprise. But for now, I'll try to think here. How to do things. So we go all the way down. Once we get all the way down, we then return this. And then from there, it just starts cycling back up. And that will generate our structured list right here. Oh, not that one. Our structure right here. Now that we're here, we then need to go back in and start formatting it. Now, because of... Actually... Let's see here. Happy. Because this is all already organized, what I could potentially do is once we get to the bottom, like this, I can gut this and just reorganize it into the structured folder format that we want earlier. That might actually be the best way to do it, because there's no real way to go up a layer, at least with how the code is written. There's no real way to go up a layer and start organizing it out. So yeah, I think that might be the best course of action then. This is going to be a very annoying format. I think, though, because of the fact that... Alright, so... Let's see, where's setup folder? Yeah, here's setup folder. I'm just trying to figure things out. This is recursive here, so this is going to collect our data. Actually, we haven't done import folders yet. We haven't... Oh, and sequence. Technically, what we're doing right now is the sequencing part. So, in other words, we should probably start modifying sequence right here. So, we'll take in a... Let's see here. We'll take in a directory dict. In this case, this will be a dictionary with, a string with a dictionary. And then this is going to continue down the list, so something like that. And then from that, let's see here. We need to just find the bottom layer. That's what we need to do. So I feel like I'm going to be rewriting the code I just deleted a little bit earlier. Maybe we should instead of we should set a checkpoint. I haven't done that yet at all. Why don't we go in here and start? Let's see here. Let's go ahead and just start committing. Actually, you know what? Let's just do this. This will be the big... This is going to be the big... Should have been parsed commit. Because this is full of a bunch of stuff that I don't know what it is. But okay then. Alright, so now that we've committed, so now from here, let's go ahead and start figuring this out. So, dictionary dict. What we can then do is... Let's see here. Technically, we already structured it. So we just need to do a very... So let's see here. A little spoiler. She doesn't directly attack you. I see. Very... Yeah, you have me very curious. I'm going to have to check that out. You have me very, very curious. Oh, I have... Sadly, no. I haven't been touching Identity 5 in a long time. I've been very busy with other stuff, so... I haven't played Identity 5 or Genshin Impact or Withering Waves. I haven't really touched any of the games. I've been very busy. Let's see here. We want to... We're going to be going up and down a ladder now of a dictionary, which is going to be... Okay, then it makes sense when you think about it structurally, but I'm wondering if it would actually if it actively make sense. All right, so this is going to be... Yeah, because I'm trying to think here how to do this. What would be the best way to do this? There's a so what's going on with it? What's the situation? I'm always interested in gossip. So yeah, we're going to reorganize these into actual frames. And we're going to be doing the same thing. Ah, AI art. Actually, I'm actually not. I'm actually not at all surprised. I've been seeing a lot of AI art shenanigans happening in many games. I think that a lot of companies are trying to find ways to cut corners to save money, not realizing that they're burning bridges. Because a lot of people, it's easy to destroy credibility. It's very hard to gain it. And if you start doing things that are, like using AI to generate your art when you should have been paying developers or creators to do it, then you burn your credibility. And when you're not credible, no one wants to interact with you. I see. Yeah, that's going to definitely cause problems for them. They shouldn't have done that. Let's see. Because theoretically, this can be as long as we want. That's where the problem lies. Yeah. Again, that's not a good. That is not good at all that they did that. Actually, let's see here. Let's do this real quick. Theoretically, I should probably... Let's see here. There's our generator. Enums, right here. So these are the different layer components. Image mode. Alright, so no to that, and to that. Folder structure. Here's the folder structure I was talking about, where one would be a keyframe and the other would be animation. This way I could, or, you know what? Let's see here. Yeah, we'll worry about it later. I'm trying to think of a way to include that into my my sample set for doing stuff. But yeah, that's what originally I was thinking of, but we can worry about that later. Here we go. The emotions. All right, then. So maybe... Oh, that is not good. The fact that they're now using AI to generate the skins, that's just another level of you're going to piss off your fans. That's not smart at all. Like that's very dumb. Yeah, I agree. Like, that's pretty much telling you fans are dumb. That's really what it is doing. So technically I could put in I can start using the enums. And then here are the different, more of them. I think that might be what I need to do. I don't think for costumes or whatnot, we'll need to have enums, because those can be anything. But for the animation sequences, these should all be... Yeah, so I think what we'll do, if we're going to go up and down, is... Let's see here. Because what I can... If I set up a... yeah, I think we'll do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to incorporate in the enums, and then from there I can I can use that for tracking when it comes to how many times we should do a cycle or something. That'll save me having to try and generate code that will auto, modify itself on the fly to, because otherwise we'll have dictionaries and dictionaries and dictionaries, and at that point, that will become very ludicrous. I think that as long as I can set it up so that there's particular structuring within our data set, then it doesn't really matter too much about how the format is. Oh yeah, that is really bad. That is really... Okay, all right. You've piqued my curiosity real quick. Let's do a quick peek. AI in Identity 5. Oh yeah, there's a entire Reddit post going on right here. And there's a backlash, yeah. I guess we'll go to Reddit. A month ago, so it's not that old. Why are they... What did they try to do to distract everybody? AI content policy. Let's see here. All right. But yeah, apparently there's a big controversy going on. Oh, apparently that's not it. All right then. Actually, why is this Google? Shouldn't this be DuckDuckGo? It is Google. Let's see here. Let's see here. Where are you? Search. Search engine right here. There it is, DuckDuckGo. Why would I want to use Google when they're just going to track everything and say, "Oh, we're going to use your data to make our AI better"? No. No. Screw you, Google. I'm not going to train your models. Pay me first. Oh, wow. It sounds like they definitely are not making any friends, huh? It sounds like they're really not making any friends. All right, let's see here. I'll have to check out the skins. Actually, it's almost 5 o'clock, so I might have to. I'll have to hop off real soon. How about this? Once it hits around 5:15 and such, I will go check out that skin. All right, so let's see here. So now that we're here, Hmm. Right now I'm trying to think of the way to do it. It's because this is my current setup. You have the emotion, you then have the animation type, and then you have the layers. But somebody out there might reverse this. I don't know why they would reverse it, but they might reverse it, where they have fidget first, and then the oh, actually, one thing I should probably set up is the costumes. So let's go ahead and call this the hoodie. And then we'll just copy and paste that. And then we'll call this the lab coat, I guess. There we go. And now let's go ahead and do that with the other one too. Hoodie. Again, I don't know why, but I made my character ludicrously complicated for some silly reason. And I don't know, but yeah, there we go. So it gets even deeper than that. But then some people might switch these around, where you end up might having someone who would have, I might have, for now, I might just have to set arbitrary restrictions on how this works. Okay, wait, what's going on? Okay, yeah, you have piqued my interest a lot in a lot of these things. Something weird is going on by the sounds of it. Something weird is going on at IDV. Yeah, I think I'm going to set arbitrary restrictions on how we can worry about. Let's see here. Oh, did they change? Did they change who was the development team? Because it sounds like a lot of rookie mistakes that would be made. Let's see here. I'm trying to think. We have a directory list. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and start importing some stuff. Let's see here. From src.enum. Let's see. We have animation import animation emotion. Then from src enum, this will be the not layer components, animation components. There we go. Now these two enums. Let's see here. There we go. So we have our enums right here. These are the happy, sad, and whatnot. I think what we can do. Part of me feels like we should probably track these layers. It really does. Because there's going to be multiple layers here, so we probably should. Yeah, we should probably track these. So. The question though is how. They're firing their artists to have AI artists. Yeah, a lot of companies don't seem to realize that the maybe they're going to generate their own models themselves. It will be interesting to see if they do. I know that I've tried to utilize models myself for the fun of it, but it seems to, yeah, unless you're going to train it on your own artists and expect no more novelty, you're going to run into a lot of problems. It's an inherent nature of AI models. AI models are always backwards looking. They never are forward thinking. And that's because they have to be trained on something in order to generate something. So because of that, they're not going to be able to do any of the flashy, interesting stuff like come up with a brand new character. Like it's just going to say, oh, it's just going to be recursive, pretty much. If they want that for their game, they can do that, but I don't think that's a wise choice. I really don't. All right, I shall play. I am listening. I am listening. Let's see here. Part of me wants to, because now that we're here, and we know this is going to return the file list, but we also know what the directory path is. Ah, I know what we can do. It's right here. The path name. What we can do is we'll see find enum. So let's go ahead and make a new file. Let's go ahead and make a new method, and this will be find enum. All right then. And in this case, it will be a string. So this will be the word. We'll call it word. We'll call it string. And then this will output an enum. And then from here, what we'll do is we'll do... okay, let's see here. If, and this will be found, is equal to... let's see here, animation emotion dot get emote, and then here this will be word. So if this works, then we'll return found. And of course I spelled that wrong. There we go. Oh. There we go. Likewise, if, and then we'll, part of me feels like, there we go. And then in this case, this one will be the other one. Okay, imagine a mime artist who has the same name as the real person. Mime. All right. Okay. So far, I'm following. What do you think their ability would be? Okay, then. I think I know where this is going. All right, then. So let's see here. All right, let's see here. Okay, oh, I'm in the way. Okay, imagine the mime. I'll have to adjust the size of that. Imagine the mime artist who has the same name as the real person, who is known as the father of a modern mime. And the entire character is literally about the modern mime and using your body to tell a story. What do you think their ability would be? It should be like a copy ability. The idea is that they would copy someone else because they're miming someone else. The whole idea of a mime is to mimic someone. So I would imagine that if you are a... let's see here. Yeah, my answer is that they would be a mimic. They would copy other characters' abilities. maybe not to the effectiveness. Like maybe they can do, instead of shooting a gun, mimic the coordinator, and instead of using the gun that stuns for 7 seconds, it stuns for 4. Or maybe if they has semi-deflated bouncy balls that the firefighter has, so that it doesn't bounce as much. Something like that, where you would mimic, but it would not be 100%. Or it would mimic, but you can only do it 2 or 3 times. You can only mimic a certain person in the game. Something like that. That is dumb. That is dumb. It's a mime. The whole purpose of mimes is to mimic people. That's the whole, Final Fantasy figured this out, and they're 20 plus years old. Alright, so apparently these are... Let's see here. Return... Oh yeah, we should probably also do an else. Or... Let's see, elif. Or this should be else. And then we'll return... none. And then... It claim... Oh yeah, we should probably... import in enum. There we go. And this is also going to be a none. Oh, actually, we should probably put this as optional. Yeah, you don't... Hey, Mango, how's it going? Let's see here if we want to... There we go, optional typing. So now what we'll do is we'll look and see if we can find this. So if we're here, here it is. So we'll go with self.find path.name. Oh, this should be CLS. Now then. Let's see here. Now that we have that, if this will be the... Let's see if... Pretty much, the idea is that if we have this, we're going to have... Let's see, this will be the found enum, which will be an enum. In which case, we'll simply put that there. And then this will be the name, which will be the found enum. Yeah, this should be that. Oh, let's see here. What is this complaining about? Word is unfilled. Maybe a word is unfilled. Oh, it might be because this is this should be a class method. All right. There we go. Looking into a new exploit people are using on ChatGPT. Oh, haha! There's a, okay, there's an exploit. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised there's an exploit. I mean, the chatbots are always going to have an exploit because of the fact that they're probability models. And unless you can control for cutting, you can cut off the probabilities of messing up, they're always going to find a way around it. Especially when the data, the dimensionality of the data is so large. It's, if anything, for these chatbots, they really need to stop trying to get them to do things that they're not capable of. I will have to look up to see what this new exploit is. It sounds kind of fun. That sound... Man, that... Yeah. I think it's probably good that I hopped out of IDV. It sounds like it's getting silly. They really need to get a core group of developers and look back at IDV and fix it. It seems like it has a lot of problems. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, I see. Wait. I thought they were doing that for a while. As soon as they started implementing image processing, the very first thing I thought of was hiding text in the white noise. I mean, I used to do that all the time. I would love back when I was back. Let's see here. Can I have a? Let's see. Let me load up. Let's get GIMP out. Yeah, I used to do this all the time when I was a kid. For instance, here we have a picture. Let's opacity. Oh, okay. Let me make a new layer. Yeah, for instance, right here we have a black image. I'm going to set the pixel up to be 2, and then from here. Now let's go ahead and, we're going to make a... see, you can't see it now. I used to do this all the time. I thought it was very fun. And then once you're done, then when you go, oh, you can scare people. It's fun. I'm surprised that this is something that's I'm surprised that something so old school is breaking an AI model like it is. That is hilarious. I just know that because I ended up learning about this way back when, because I used to rip sprites from games, and JPEG always would, JPEG would always just screw with the edges. And I had to spend so much time cleaning up garbage around these sprites because JPEG compressed the hell out of it. So it's kind of after learning about it that way, I ended up having fun creating images like I just showed you, and then using them like wallpapers or whatnot. In a subversive FU to a proverbial boss you don't like. I would not recommend that though, because if they find out, oh, you're going to have a lot of explaining to do. But hey, when I was younger. Yeah, it's crazy. Man, again, I think IDV, there's a problem in a lot of games, which is it's pretty much, what is it called exactly again? Oh, what was it called again? It's not power creep. It's some kind of creep. I forgot what it's exactly. But pretty much you start putting in so much, so many characters, so many gameplay elements, so much of everything to put into a game that it dilutes the overall game. Hey, Raynov, how's it going? Yeah, definitely don't. The fact that don't do that. Yes, you show up and you want to talk about biology, I can indulge. We were talking about James Harriet earlier. Right now I'm busy programming to try and animate my little buddy here. Let's see. So we're going to find enum. Now if we find it, we then go to put the name there. So like that. And then if that doesn't work, then name is going to be path.name. Let's go ahead and establish name is it's going to be a enum or a string. I'm a bioinformatician. Oh, I see, I see. Hey, that's what I am. I also a I did a lot of biostatistics. Biostatistics was my forte, so I ended up looking at a lot of data and processing a lot of said data. Man, if I have to look at another microarray, it's going to be... Actually, I wouldn't mind looking at more microarray data. For those unaware, a microarray... Let me show you what it is. Microarray. These are very fun. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Let's see here. Microarray technology. Will you show me a picture? Oh, of course not. You're going to just give me the text. Oh, here it is. Perfect. There it is right there. It's that little thing right there. You see it? That's a microarray. It is a little tiny chip that contains thousands of genes on it. And what it does is it will measure the... I was doing microarrays with for RNA genes. So I would extract out all of the messenger RNA from a cell, and then we would run it on these arrays and find out how much of each one is being expressed to try and figure out what is regenerating and what is not. So, like, I mentioned it a long time ago, but let's see here. Zebrafish, regen. Zebrafish can regenerate. Look at this. You cut his tail off, and he will just grow it back. You cut part of his heart off, he will grow it back. These guys are really good at regenerating, which is very unfair because humans cannot do that. So I was trying to dive into that, but I was trying to dive into that with microarrays. I was trying to go in and see how do these zebrafish regenerate? What genes are being expressed? So nerf the fish. Actually, if you want to nerf anything, you should nerf the newt. I spelled newt wrong. Yeah, this guy. Look at this. Oh. Let's see here. Look at this. You cut his arm off. He regrows an entire arm. Check that out. At least for the zebrafish, if you cut too much, it won't be able to grow it back. But these guys, look at it. Look at how much... They can just regrow everything. It's very unfair. But believe it or not, humans actually have the ability to regenerate as well. We can do it. Humans, for instance, human skin, if it regenerates. So see, human skin layers, they regenerate, especially if the damage isn't too deep. And our liver regenerates as well. Boy, it became a... Yeah, same with the axolotl. You're correct. Yeah, liver. We can, our liver will regenerate as well. So humans do have the ability to regenerate. We are there's a lot of organs in us and tissues that do. The question is, though, is why do some of them do and some of them don't? So digging into the zebrafish to figure out their regeneration potential and why they do it, it kind of helped for humans to regenerate. Oh, yeah, embryonic. Actually, that is one thing that's... here's a very fun one. Let's see here. Yeah, this is going to be very dark. For those who do not want to know this particular point, turn your ears. Let's see here. Human baby finger regeneration. Let's see here. Right here. Let's see. Okay, maybe let's not look at the picture. I might get banned if we look at that. But pretty much, there is a situation where with human babies, if they get their fingers damaged, if they're young enough and they have a finger gets cut off or something, they actually can potentially grow it back. There will be a little bit of an issue with it, but human babies can regenerate to a certain extent some finger damage. So let's say they get the tip of the finger cut off, they can grow it back without much trouble. The stem cells. Yeah, I would love that too. Stem cell regeneration, stem cell treatment. Let's get that going. Actually, all right. Let me let me point one more thing out, and then I'm going to get back to the programming, and then I'll hop off. So let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see here. I'm looking for the paper. I believe it might be this one. Yeah, I think it's this one. 2013, yeah. In this paper, what they pretty much highlight, man, going through science papers, they're always so bloody. I definitely would get demonetized if I have to worry about that. But yeah, the way that this paper pretty much focused on is that when you have, for some reason in humans, we go down scar tissue formation path. What this pretty much means is that once we get hurt, our body quickly tries to close up the wound and just, patch it up together. It does a patchwork to make sure that it's sealed and not hurting us or anything. And this was done back then as a way to make sure humans could get up and escape danger without much trouble. Because regeneration is a very slow, very energy consuming, and pretty much you can't be moving around much when that's happening, because otherwise you might tear it back open. So scar formation was kind of a band-aid to damage. Now, if you block scar tissue formation, it has been shown that you can actually promote regeneration. It's still not 100%. There's still some problems in it, and I think that might be because we've been doing scar tissue formation for so long that our body might have had some mutations in the regeneration pathway, so it's not working to 100%. But if you block scar tissue formation, you will instigate regeneration, and you could potentially result in having us regrow these tissues that we've lost. They showed this in retinal cells in cell culture. They took cells out of a cadaver's eyes and put them in a petri dish, and the cells were able to, or the stem cells were able to differentiate into the actual cells. But if you took, for instance, a human eye and you damaged it, it would, they would go blind. So very interesting stuff. Okay, my entire thing was about learning about regeneration and such, so I can talk for days about that. It is quite amazing, isn't it? Let's see here. Alright, so now we have the enum. Alright, so we should probably rerun that. Alright, so let's see here. So we'll go with sequencer. We'll go for the get the dictionary files, directory path. We'll put this back in A. Alright, now let's go check A out and make sure that everything is correct. So here's A. Yep, there it is. Animation. There we go. So there's the animation happy. Oh, sad is not there. I'll have to get that fixed. All right, there's the animation idles. And then here are the part. All right, I think that works. Perfect. All right then. So yeah, that works perfectly there. So that means that what we can do is we can, I can now use the enums as a way to control what's going on. Autophagy and mitophagy. Yeah, that's kind of what happened with me. Doing academia, I had passion working in it, but boy, does it not pay the bills. It really does not pay the bills. So industry is where I ended up moving over to the industry as well. Autophagy and mitophagy. That sounds like mitochondria. Oh. I'm guessing it's looking at how mitochondria plays a role in autophagy. All right, let's see here. So one thing first, we need to go into here. So it's because it's capitalized, I bet. All right, let's go ahead and just rename this to SAD. All right, and we'll go ahead and rename. All right, those are fine. Okay. So there we go, hoodie. Oh, it's still... How about we do this? Let's see here. Directory path. There we go. Let's go ahead and just refresh this entire thing. Probably good to refresh it. All right. Let's see here. There it is. Then we'll go with that. There we go. Now we have A. We have the lab coat and the hoodie. It is still not finding SAD. All right, let's go over to our enums, our emotions. Yeah, SAD. SAD. Let's see here. Get enum. We find the enum name, which happens to be that. Oh, it still says that it's capitalized. Oh, I think I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. I didn't change it here. There we go. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow. Hey, thanks for the follow. I will have to update that. All right, you have a good one. Actually, it's about time for me to hop off too. Recycling of mitochondria. Oh, I'm going to highlight this real quick. Let's see here. Different metabolic pathway to regular programmed cell death. Oh, it does. That is actually very interesting. That's actually very interesting. I thought that they both were. I thought they were both the same. That actually will, because one of the major things about regeneration is that, one of the things about regeneration is that it actually gets a lot of the other pathways involved. A lot of the cell death pathways are activated. Interleukin 6, let me see here. Let me get my pen back out so I can draw this out. So yeah, there's a lot of, for instance, there's a gene called IL-6, interleukin 6. This is involved in cell death, and it happens to be. This is one of the hallmarks for regeneration right here. Then there's also the Wnt pathway. There's the SOX. Let's see here. There's SOX3. There's also the. Give me a second. Give me a second, because there's so many genes. There are so many genes. There's the SOX pathway, and this ends up having, in fish, there was a SOX3A and 3B. So there's an A and a B version. But there's also the, what is it? But anyway, you get the idea. This is involved in cell death. That's involved in cell death. This is in This is in development. But these are all activated, and then you'll also have For instance, there's a gene called ROD. This is involved in differentiation in photoreceptors. And yeah, these are all going to play a different role. For instance, you'll have cell death show up. Oh, let me move this so I can draw a bit better. But yeah, pretty much what happened is during the path, so this would be like damage right here. And then you would have a huge wave of cell death pathway right here. So this would be cell death, which would result in IL-6, ROD, photoreceptor, or not ROD, but SOX, and a couple of the oncogenes available that are out there. Then here, this would be the dedifferentiation. What this means is that you would have cells in the eye. So here I'll draw one particular cell. And this would then, this is called a Mueller glia. And this would dedifferentiate into a stem cell. Then it will, proliferate, and then it will then differentiate to become, I don't know, whatever. We'll have it be a rod or a cone. And then it'll also go back to being a Mueller glia. So you'd have cell death, differentiation, then you would have proliferation, followed by differentiation, and then finally specialization. So this is a very complicated, as you can see. It is ludicrously complicated. And because of that, I ended up trying to figure out all of the different parts and how each one played a role. So I didn't really look deep into the cell death pathways because a lot of the cells that get damaged, or a lot has to go on. For instance, when you have damage, so let me draw an eye real quick. Here's an eye. And when you kind of stab it, so here's our stab wound. So it's a very sad eye. What ends up happening is you'll end up kind of ripping the tissue up in here, and you'll rip up this tissue, and the cells that around here need to die, but then there are certain cells that are next to it that also need to die in order to allow for the, this dedifferentiation and proliferation in order to occur. And because of that, you'll then end up having some cells undergo autophagy. You'll have some of them going under apoptosis. These all mean dying. This pretty much means all dying. In order for these next steps to start happening. And IL-6, when I was investigating it, we ended up finding out that IL-6 kind of goes and interfaces with mitochondria in order to perform the cell death pathway. And from there, I was like, oh, that means the mitochondria might be involved. But if they're both separate, if there's a separation here, then that kind of makes it more interesting, because now I want to know more about, because I did actually see metabolic pathways stuff showing up. I'm very curious. I have some papers I need to read up on. I'm very curious now. But this is why I like science so much. This is why science is so fun. You get to learn something new, and it always is an endless well of knowledge to pick up. All right. Let's see. Let's get back to programming. All right, let's see here. Let's start looking at our code. Let's see here. All right. Let's see. So now we have SAD. That's set up. Let's go ahead and reset this. So now here we go. Animation, happy, sad. And then here are the animation components right here. All right, nice. Now then. Now, because all of these are going to have the same thing, I think what we can do... So, yeah, what I can do here... Because theoretically, they're all going to be identical. The structure is going to be identical. The layout of everything is identical. Let's see here. Animation, components. And then here are the different parts. The VRIs, headsets, body. So with that in mind, all we need to do, really, is just go down one layer and build out a structure map. So let's go ahead and do that. So once we're here, we have our directory. And then from there, what we can do is we can sequence. This is the fold imp. Yeah, we're trying to connect this here with this. So the folder layers. Oh, I should probably put that like that. All right. Let's see, signature method sequencer does not match. Oh, okay. Oh, it doesn't match. Oh, we better match it. Let's see, where's sequencer? Here it is. Ah, yeah, okay. Oh, this is, yeah, right here. We need to put in the data. We need to get the data dictionary as well. So that. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to copy the head of this. I'm just going to copy the head and paste it. There we go. Now we have that. And then this one should also, the sequence for this one should also be the same. In this particular case, yeah, here it is right here. So in this particular case, we should probably copy this one. There we go. Alrighty. So now that we're here, we have this all set up. All right, then. I'm thinking. Let's see here. Folder setup. Oh, yeah, we're going to have to program this one as well. Actually, I wonder if I should just go ahead and try and program this. You know what? Actually, you know, why don't I do that as well? Let's see here. In this particular case, we find the keys. Let's grab this. We'll copy this first. Then we'll go into here, paste. Now let's see here. So in this particular case, because of the fact that it's it's no longer the keys that are, all right, I'm busy looking. So this is the framer, which means, let's see here. So here we can find out all of the layers. Okay. All right. I'm going to generate this real quick. Let's see, this should be the frame sample. All right. So there we go. There's happy. There's the idle fidget. Then this should be, there it is, 1. And then here we go. Here's all of the frames right here. I need to sort these as well. Because of the, yeah, we need to sort this as well. Because theoretically we don't need to sort those. So how do we sort the, how do we sort the layers at the top once we get to fidget? Hey, code guy, how's it going? I am busy building an animator. As you see, I have a little avatar here on that I have controlled, and he has many different animations. For instance, I can make him stand here. He can be happy. He can be playing a game. You know, arms down, and all of these require generating videos to produce this, and that takes. Originally, I had some very not so good code, and I thought I should probably make something to do that. I ended up getting the idea of this from a YouTuber called Scott Falco. He's the one who came up with this idea of having an animated character like this. And I just kind of went to a stupid degree of making it, because I don't know why, but I just made it ludicrously complicated, which requires me to write code now to generate it. Oh, you just start with a map. Yeah, let me show you. For instance, right here, it's probably easier if I describe it. Let me explain. Oh, whoops. Let's get back to that frame again. Yes, a map. So pretty much, the way to think of it is, I have myself I want to make an animation. Particularly, this is going to be a controllable one. So how to do that? Well, first, I need to make the animation. To do that, I know that this is going to be a movie, so it's going to be an MP4 at the end. So it's some kind of movie. And I need to make that. Well, to do this, I just need to put a sequence of images in front of each other. So this would be a sequence of images. Which means if I want to do that, I need to first get an image into here. Yeah, you get the idea. So pretty much it's building out like that. And because of the fact that this is going to be multiple layers on top of each other, so then I'll have to figure out how to load individual images in there first. So you can see I build out a map like this, and then I start working on each step, and then eventually I can get to the end. So this is the thing that Scott Falco came up with and set it up. I'm hoping to eventually set it up so that I don't have to use the format that he devised, but pretty much if you look at our animation, let's see here. I have a sample right here. Yes, I did draw all of this. I'm trying to update it because it doesn't look that good. There it is, talking animation. So here you can see I have a variety of different animations, and then if you look in the VR eyes, you can see, it's not that good, but you can see here I think you can kind of see it. You can see the character talking. So there you go. There's the animation for moving the mouth. And then if you look here, that's the only thing that really changes. So pretty much what I did was I animated the mouth speaking. And then I created a video to overlay this. So if I had a bit more drawing finesse, I probably could make this look a bit better. I'm hoping that eventually, once I have the code written, then I can focus on finishing the animations and the pictures, and then I can recreate or generate a new animated avatar. For now, I'm trying to figure out this mess. Actually, I think about it. If you think about it, let's see here. Where's our... It's right here. This is our if... This is... Yeah, right here. This is where we end up generating all of our files. So, with that in mind, once we get to here, we should already... Yeah, we should already kind of know what we're dealing with. So once we get to the folder layers, let's go ahead and get to the layer that we want. So first things first is going to be we'll go with the hoodie. Oh, of course I spelled it wrong, it's not the right one. So it'll be the hoodie. It will be happy. And since we're messing with the fidget, we'll go with fidget. There you go. Oh yeah, because this is the enum now. So let's see, animation components. So animation emotion, happy, and then this is going to be the animation components, and this is fidget. Did you mean happy? Wait, what? Did it just mess? All right. Maybe this might be the... Okay, let's figure things out first. All right, we'll go ahead and go there. So there's our hoodie. There it is, animation components. There's the emotion right there. So there's emotion sad. And then here's the emotion happy. So what we want to do is we'll want to get, and in this case it will be animation happy. So let's go ahead and see here. That should... Attribute error, happy. Did you mean happy? Oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah, I forgot. It is, yeah, I forgot. Okay, it's all capital. Okay, yeah, so we want happy, and then from here we'll want to also get, and this will be animation components, and then this will be fidget. Yeah, there we go. And then from here we'll go ahead and put this into a file. We'll call it B for now. Actually, we should put it in the folders. Folder layers. There we go. So now that we're here, first things first, layers. So this is no longer layers. This is now how long this is. But also what this means is that we could, this is where we will sort it. So the first things we'll do is, so this should be called frames, because that's what this is. These are the frames. We'll get the keys, and I wonder if it will sort. Let's see here. Let's see here. Will Oh, will that work? Now, frames, are you sorted properly? And the answer is yes, it does. All right, perfect. So now that we have our frames sorted, well, you know what we want to go through. The next thing we can do is we can find the max of... Actually, this is just the length at this point. What's the length? What's the length of frames? There we go. There. So now we have the total amount. There's 8 frames. There we go. Now then. Now, this is where it's going to get a little bit more complicated. Because of the fact that all of the individual frames, we're going to have to be pulling back from the previous one. So, but however, because of the fact that we're generating it like this, here's our sequence. Here's our frame sequence right here. So we're good with there. So what we'll do is we will, for layers in, or I should say for layer in frames, this is already sorted. We don't need to worry about that. Actually, we don't need to worry about any of those. So let's go ahead and first, let's go ahead and do that. Let's take a look at our layer. And, all right. So let's see here. Folder layers dot kit. This should actually be the, this should be called frame. This should be called frame. So, oh, there we go. So let's see here. That should be a list. How long have I been building stuff? Oh, man, I've been doing it for a very long time. I've been writing code since, let's see here. I think it's good to put a distinction here. I've been writing code since I was in high school. However, most of the time the code was very basic. It was very directed. It wasn't anything like an application like I'm currently doing right now. So I've been writing code for many, many years. But for actual application building, that's a fairly recent thing. Let's see here. So now that we're here, so this actually will be the layers now. So layers, this will be a list of strings. Oh, let's see here. Technically, now that we have our layers, the thing is this is going to have to be, this is the tail. Wait a minute. Where's my others? Oh yeah, I know why. Never mind. Ignore me. Ignore me. I know why. We should probably let's set this up. There we go. Okay. So now that we have this, we have our layer. Now, because of the fact that the way I have it currently set up is that each layer will be the same name. This has to be done this way because otherwise people will not know. The animation might have difficulties. So if we go here to our frames, go to fidget, our first animation, you can see here are all the individual frames. Maybe I can set something up where it will try and insert it based off of how this is layered. I need to figure out how to do the layering. I'll have to figure that out later. Yes, I did. They actually taught programming back in high school when I was attending. It was very basic programming. They had, actually, that's a fun way of putting it. They actually were teaching me basic back when I was in high school. And then when I went into college, they ended up teaching us Mathematica and more basic, ironically. It was only when I entered graduate school where I started learning Python and R, C. Granted, my C knowledge isn't very much because didn't use C that frequently, but I use tons of Python. Hence why I'm programming this in Python. I need to start learning Zig. I really need to get into Zig because this was originally supposed to be an animation. The idea was I was going to take a bunch of pictures and start having it just animate my pictures. That would forego completely having to generate videos. But because Python is so slow, I gave up on that, and if I want to do that idea, I'm going to have to write in Zig. Why Zig? Because apparently Zig is going to be it's aiming to be one of the newer model or programming languages based on C. And I thought, hey, that would be fun. All right, so the idea here is we're going to have to keep an idea of the previous layer. So what we'll do is this will be prior layer. Let's make sure things are properly. Okay, so we'll have a list. Let's see here. So actually, I think we just need to do that. And then this will just be a bunch of paths. Now, the idea here is that for each animation sequence, so this will be the sequence frames, I will put these in. So let's see here. Oh, actually, we should probably enumerate this. All right. So yeah, we're going to enumerate this. And then from here, we can go layers, like so. It's looking for it. Oh, come on. Don't be a goober. Unexpected type. It's looking for an int, which is what it's supposed to be. Oh, supported. A list or a slice. Okay, we're just going to pretend that we didn't see that. It's technically going to work because this is a list. And you can go along lists by numbers. But we also want this to be a prior list, so prior layer. It's also going to be, let's see here. Oh, okay. First things first, let's see here. So we're going to first bring this over. We have to go through the list to make sure that everything is present. So technically we can put this into the sequence later. For now, let's just get the layers set up. So we get the list of layers. We'll then see what is missing. So prior layer. This will have to be another for loop, I think. Or we could do this. So we'll call this, there, we'll do a for loop. We'll do a for loop. Let's see here. For item in prior layer. If item is in layers, then we'll pass. Otherwise, what we'll do is we will add layers. Or let's see here. Otherwise, what we'll do is we'll put the item into layers. So let's see here. Layers dot append item. Oh, we're modifying layers. while we're going through. I wonder if this is going to cause a problem because we're doing it in a for loop. Though that being... Usually modifying a list in Python while you're going is not a good idea. I think maybe it might be fine for now. Alright, so now that we have this, we shall set this to 0. So as in there's nothing there. There we go. Let's see here. What is it complaining about here? Expected type was a string. Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah, this should be a path. Yeah, that should be a path. All right. So from there, and then afterwards, what we'll then do, once we're done, is prior layer will now be from the layers. There we go. And it would be nice if I could spell things. There we go. Now, let's see here. This should be in the for loop. Or actually, sorry, this should not be in the for loop because it's in this for loop here. And did I spell it wrong? Yeah, I did. Okay. What are you complaining about? That might be why. That might be why. That's a capital. Got it. That explains a lot. That explains a lot. Need to keep things lowercase. Okay, now let's go ahead and run this. There we go. Now then, let's check out our frames, our layers, our sequence. That should be correct. Oh, it didn't work. All right. All right, it didn't work. Okay, so why did it not work? Well, one of the reasons why is that layer is 0, which means... But this should be fine right here because we're getting the frame. So let's see here, frame. Okay, let's just set frame to 01 for now. So if I do this, we should have layers. There we go. There's the layers with the multiple paths. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. I forgot. We have to finish this off right here. This is going to be this with our index is now going to be layers. There we go. Now it should work. Okay. All right. There's our frames. Here's our sequence frames. And if we go in, it looks like it worked. All right, so let's see here. And there's 1. There's 2. Let's see here. We're making sure. Oh. 1, 1, 1, 1. 2, 1, 1, 1. Oh my. Oh yeah. That's fine because it's all about the animation sequence right here. So actually. Okay. I see here we have 2 tails because of the fact that, yeah. So we need to fix that real quick. So it's not just item, but it's the name. So in other words, for the layers, we need this to be in the list of names. So let's see here. Because the path will be different, but it's the names that we're looking for. So I think we'll create another file here. We'll call this the layer names. Or actually, wait. This should be in the prior layer. Yeah, we should definitely do... All right, yeah, we definitely do need this. Layer names. And then we should also have a prior layer names. And then this will be a list. And then this will be a string. This will be an empty string. There we go. String. Then from here, we'll simply have this. Let's see here. Because we have... oh yeah, we're making this as we go. So this will be a string. And then from here, we'll have layers. Or let's see here. Layer.name for layer in layers. And then here will be item. This is the prior layer. We should probably zip this. So this will be the name. And then the item. So prior layer name, and then prior layer. There we go. I can see I spelled this wrong. I need names right here. All right, names. So now here. Now, actually, all right, we'll go with name. And this will be in layer names. Now then, if they are, the name is in the layer names, then we'll simply add the item. There we go. I think that should solve the problem right here. Let's try and run this now. Let's check out the sequence to make sure that it works. So we have 4 here. And then we have, nope, it didn't work. Okay. All right. Let's, okay, it didn't work. One small tip, you can also add sound effects to changing the different actions. That is true. That is true. I'll have to look into that and see if I can. Oh, thanks for the sub. All right, let's see here. Let's see here. So here's our layers. Oh, wow. This is actually quite long. Yeah, I can see that we are yeah, I can see that we're there's quite a problem. Let's see here. Name. Let's see here. Let's see here. I definitely need a list of names because we have to look into the said list. The idea is that we're going to be looking at the previous folder, the previous list of files. So we definitely need these two right here. I don't think there's any... let's see here. Layer names. Let's see here. If we go to... Let's do this first. Let's see here. We are on frame 8. All right, let's set this back to frame 1. All right, then. There. So here we go. We have layers. So there's the 5. And then the names are right there. Okay. So now that we do that, let's see here. What happens if I run this? Like so. Then layers has nothing else added because of the fact that we are good. So now we'll add these two in. IDX should be 0. see, what is IDX right here? It's 7. So let's go ahead and set IDX to 0. Go ahead and reset that. We'll go ahead and do this. There we go. Now let's go to frame 2. Now that we're here, let's grab our layers. So let's see here. We have our layers in. I think I might have found, let's see here, folder layers. Actually, now I'm a bit curious. Where did the folder, where did this frame come from? Am I messing with some data? Let's see here. Am I messing with something that shouldn't be being messed with? Let's see here. Folder layers. .get frame. Let's see here. This right here should literally... Okay, alright. Alright, let's, I'm restarting. Best thing to do is to clear the memory. Alright then, so now we have our directory path. Let's do sequence. Let's get the, let's see, this should be frame. Sequencer dot get, there it is. Get directory. Get files from a directory. Directory path. There we go, and then, there we go. So there's the first file. We'll call this, this will be the directory dict. Now with directory dict, we're trying to get our folder layers. Let's see here. When I did folder layers, I just got B. So where's B? Ah, here we go. Okay. And then here was to get the... There it is. Okay, so... Alright, so this will be the directory path, or directory dict. And then this will be the folder layers. So now if I go to folder layers, there we go. Everything is set. Now then, when we go through here, folder layer, we have frames, which will be the, there's all the frames. Max frame happens to be 8. Actually, I don't think we're using max frame, are we? Oh, well, we are right here. We'll do sequence, we'll set those up. Now let's go through here. I should not be modifying anything. So now that we're here, let's see what sequence frames looks like. Ah, here we go. So that's making a bit more sense now. Granted, now these are not, they're still just a single file, which is not what we want. But it's a bit of progress. So now that we're here, let's go ahead and reset these. We'll set frame. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this first. I'm going to break here. That way we'll get through the first layer. There we go. Now that we're on frame 2. Oh. So yeah, let's set the frame to 2. And then IDX to 1. So first things first, we'll get the layers. We'll get the layer names. So here we go. There's our layer. Our layer name is ZZPNG. Now for our prior layer names. Okay. We did not set prior label. We need to set this. I forgot. I forgot to set this. And this will be layer names. There we go. All right, so I think that might be it. So let's go ahead and run this now. Now then, where are our sequence? Here it is, sequence frames. And it worked till we got, it worked a little bit. Let's see here, it's, yeah, there's all 5. It stopped at 2 though. The question is why? We're appending to layer. Yeah, we're putting layers into here, and then we're updating prior layers to here, and then layer names to here. Let's see here. Oh, I just saw your message. I just saw your message. How to become smart. Well, the way to do that is to just use your brain. The brain is an organ. It is a lump of tissue, and if you don't use it, a lot like muscles, it will waste away. So if you want to become smarter, just use your brain more. Which is kind of hard because you have things like TikTok and Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts, things that are designed purposely to rot one's brain. Because it's very entertaining and it draws your, and it doesn't require thinking. Okay, let's see here. So yeah, you have to use your brain. Let's see. Actually, I think I need to hop off pretty soon. Yeah, I'm gonna have to hop off soon. Let's get this done and then we'll call it a day. So let's see here. The idea is that if the name is in layer, oh, I think that might be the problem. I think that might be the problem. Yeah, I think that's the problem actually, right there. Is this code right here. Oh yeah, it's definitely this code right here. Because once we get to the end, so it's not just that it has to be a new layer. So the idea should be that if the yeah, the idea is that we're going to go through the prior layers. So the prior layer here should have tail.zz right here. This should work. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, it's working once we get to this one, but then when we go to 2, so that means it has to be this. So apparently, after we modify layers, we get the frame, layers, we're not appending to it, and then we just, so why? I wonder why. Let's see. I'm thinking. Let's see here. Yeah, once we get, how about this? Why don't we, I'm going to set this up. So if idx is equal to 1, I'm going to break. That way what we can do is we can There we go. Now we're at 2. Well, technically we're not at 2. Well, yeah, technically we're at the second one now. So we've gone and done frame 1. So here we go, frame 2, IDX 1. So now we just need to do IDX 2, frame... Oh. Frame 3. So from here we'll grab these. So there's our layers. Ah, something is weird is going on. Yeah, something. There it is. Something weird is going on. It might be because I'm appending to a layer, but yeah, because this should not have anything. So something's not being copied. Something's being referenced. Yeah, that's all right. So let's see. I think we'll have to... Yeah, because something messed up, because this data in here should not be in here. But the only thing that seems to be modifying the layers is this. So what I should probably do is a copy. So let's go ahead and reset up our, let's see here. Where's our history? Let's see here. Come on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Ah, here, right here. So first things first, we're going to get our directory path. And then what we'll do is we'll get our... Come on, where are you? Here, that. So there we go. Everything is reset. Now then, we're going to copy that. Now, hopefully that will fix the problem. All right. And no, it didn't. Okay. Okay, no, it didn't. Huh. Well, we need to start copying wherever because it's referencing back to the other folders. Like Python tries to save memory by pointing to things as opposed to just creating a new copy, especially when it comes to lists. So, by the looks of things, most likely, let's go back to our, let's see, where is it? It should be this one right here. Our directory dict. We'll go into hoodie. We'll go into here. We'll go to fidget. No, actually, these are all the same. These are not being touched. I see them fine. But when we create this folder layers, let's see here. Yeah, folder layers are fine. Look, if you look at it, I'm going to go ahead and just copy the entire thing. Let's see here. Did that fix the problem? No, it didn't. Hey, Lloyd PH, how's it going? I'm building an animator. What I'm trying to do is set it up so that I can animate, because if you notice, like my character here, he has many different emotions, and it's a pain in the butt to generate these. So I figured I can build an animator using Python to do that for me. And right now I'm trying to figure out why it's not propagating. Let's see here. Because right now what we're trying to do is fill out our layers. Let's see, our prior one only has the tail on 8. When theoretically it should not. It should have a whole bunch. So what we'll do is we'll set that up. We'll set that. I'm going to set this to break at 2. So if IDX is equal to 2, break. Actually, I'm going to set it to 3. Or we'll set it to 2. There. Now then, the prior layer should consist of... Why is it just... Okay, all right. Let's set that to 1. Let's see exactly what's happening here when we get to the first one. So prior layer. So the layers should be... Oh, come on. So layer, there it is, all of the layers. So we have those. That should be the prior layers. There we go. Then layer names should be, there's the problem. We are not appending here either. There we go. Okay. All right. Yeah, okay. It was something that dumb. Let's see here. The copy is definitely what we needed to do there. Now we fixed the layer names. So there it is. Perfect. Look at it. It now propagated all of the files down. Perfect. Now we have both. Now what we need to do is we need to return this. So now that the frames are done, we need to return. Let's see here. We need to return sequence frames. And then for this one as well, we need to do that down here as well. For this one here. There we go. All right, perfect. I think that's good. So now that the animator is now that we have our we're setting it up so that we now have all the folders parsed out. The next thing we need to do is connect the two together. I think I'll do that next time though. Because yeah, it's time for me to hop off. So we'll continue working on this for later. But it's fun, it's fun. We've managed to get quite far, actually, I feel. Well, okay, not that far, but we managed to do quite a bit. I've managed to set these up here, so we now have our... we now have how to set up the folders. We have our import code as well. And we even set up here the get to directory files and find enum. So with those in mind, what we now need to do is set it up so that we can navigate down to the lowest layer. I'm hoping that by setting up the enum structure, so if we go to our, let's see here, where is it? It should be the directory. Yeah, this right here. This directory, the data directory. So here you can see we have our string, then we have our enum, then we have our other enum. So I'm hoping that once I can find the components enum, I do know a couple other languages. For instance, I know MATLAB. Have you heard of MATLAB? MATLAB's a interesting one. Let's see here. I learned quite a bit of different languages. So I know MATLAB, which happens to be a C analogous programming language for doing data stuff. I also know BASIC. I know BASIC because who hasn't learned BASIC when they were learning programming? I also know, what is it called? It's not Mathematica. Oh, you never. Oh, Basic is yeah, Basic is like the is the one of the very first programming languages that was that came out. Like a lot of people, yeah. It's very old. I guess that's a good way to put it. It's an old language. What is that math programming language that they force people to learn in college? All right, do you have the name of that? No, you don't. It's not Wolfram. It's not. Well, I know R. I programmed. Oh, I programmed in R. Oh wait, it is Mathematica. Mathematica. Yeah, this one. So Wolfram's Mathematica. That's the one I learned. I don't know why they force people to learn this. It's something that they had me learn. Hey, that's a good list though. C++, Python, Node.js. Man, you have a lot of knowledge. I wish I had your knowledge. Definitely Java. I want to make Minecraft mods in Java, and so assembly. Oh, if you know assembly, then you're pretty well off. Either way, now that we have these two set up, what I need to do next is connect these together. I think I'm going to look for the components because that should be the bottom layer. And once I find the components, then I can start parsing these things out. So we'll do that next time. But yeah, I need to hop off now. It's been fun though. Yeah, it's been fun. But until then, you have a good one. And I'll see you guys later. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out.